Welcome everyone to our financial plan public hearing. This evening we will have our financial plan presentation and public hearing so that we can hear from residents and get feedback on our financial plan. I will begin this evening by reading the resolution to open the meeting. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Brussetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. For anybody watching, we have full council in attendance this evening. Councillor Link from Ward 1, Councillor Brussetti from Ward 2, Councillor Kleiber from Ward 3, and Councillor Prague from Ward 4. Joining us this evening as well is our CAO Brent Alnick and our Director of Finance, Crystal Shahada, to help guide us through this process. This evening, we will have approximately a 1-hour presentation on the financial plan, and then we will open up our public hearing to hear from residents about the details of the plan. So with that, I would like to begin by welcoming everyone to our 2022 financial plan presentation and public hearing. If I can have us put the presentation on screen, we're ready to go. Perfect. Tonight's presentation and our financial plan for the coming year reflects months of work from our administration, staff, and many sessions with council. Our financial plan is responsible and demonstrates the benefits of growth for a well-operated, efficient municipality. Our reserves are extremely healthy because of well-managed finances and a significant increase in development in our community. I'm very excited this evening to present a budget on behalf of council and administration with a 0% tax increase on the mill rate. I proposed a 0% tax increase on our mill rate for our residents, and I'm grateful for the support of a majority of council and our administration to bring this to the public and to council for approval. This request to hold the line on our taxes was made with the requirement that the municipality could fund various enhancements to our already great municipal services and programs for our residents and businesses in West St. Paul. Keeping our municipal taxes as low as possible is important to our residents, our businesses, and a priority for council. This presentation tonight will outline exactly how we are able to propose a 0% tax increase when so many communities are faced with significant financial issues due to COVID-19 and the significant increase in cost of living. Most importantly, a municipal budget should reflect the values of the community and our residents. Tonight, we have the opportunity to share how we have listened to the concerns of our residents, our business leaders, and all our stakeholders in the preparation of our financial plan. We're pleased to have the opportunity to share our plan with you tonight, and we're looking forward to hearing from you and receiving your feedback as part of the public hearing following this presentation. So as I mentioned, this year's financial plan is proposing a 0% increase. I asked council for support of this request and was grateful to have majority support to bring this forward for final approval. Timing is everything. Growth and the collection of capital levies makes it possible to hold the line, but it takes a while. We've been approving subdivisions and development, but the money from that capital levies doesn't come to council until those lots are approved and building begins. As I said, timing is everything. Following tonight's presentation, it should be more clear why 0% increase is not only possible, but the responsible thing to do for our community in this time of growth and prosperity for West St. Paul. As per the Municipal Act, Section 162(1), every council must adopt a financial plan to be filed with and approved by the Minister of Municipal Relations by May 15th. While the provincial government has extended the deadline due to COVID-19 pandemic, our council and administration want to ensure that we approve our financial plan as soon as possible. And this year is our earliest ever. We need to ensure business continuity and get the best rates for residents for road work. And as per legislation, tonight's notice was advertised. The public hearing was advertised in the Winnipeg Sun on February 16th and the Winnipeg Free Press on February 28th. We believe we can do better than the minimum requirements of just advertising once in the newspaper. So we've also advertised on our RM website And we sent all our residents email blasts advising of the upcoming hearing. And those email blasts were sent on February 18th and again on February 28th. I encourage residents to sign up and receive our frequent communication from the RM through our email blast notification. These are the objectives of tonight's hearing. As I mentioned, the presentation will be a general overview of our 2022 financial plan, and there'll be an opportunity for questions regarding the 2020 financial plan following the presentation. And pre-registration for that was required, and we had a number of residents pre-register. Thank you for that. Putting together a financial plan is a considerable amount of work. It takes months to prepare. So at this time, I want to acknowledge our amazing staff, administration, department heads, and directors for all their work behind the scenes. Brent Alnick, our CAO, Crystal Shahada, our Director of Finance, and really they have spent countless hours, the two of them, bringing this all together and filtering out all of the information from the department heads. And it's really a lot of work for both of them. Ms. Shaw, our Municipal Legislative Officer, making sure that we're on track and following the law and meeting all of our requirements. In addition, our team includes Dave Romano, our Acting Director of Infrastructure, Demara Geddes, our Recreation Director, Pam Elias, our Planning and Economic Development Officer, and Ryan Yackel, our Fire Chief. So even if not listed, every staff member in the RM is part of this budget and provides valuable input throughout the year. We have dedicated staff who all work very hard on behalf of residents to provide superior service and great value for our tax dollars. This is our council, West St. Paul Mayor Council and CAO. And of course, when all the difficult behind the scenes work is done by our administration and staff, our council team reviews the preliminary budget and ultimately tonight will decide whether it is approved or not. All members of council participate and everyone's here in attendance tonight. This is an outline of what will be presented this evening. We'll talk about the importance of financial planning, the financial planning process, the connection to our strategic plan, the benefits of growth, general operating expenditures, the 2022 capital and special projects, and important dates and information for residents. This presentation will be made available on our website tomorrow for anyone who wants to look over in more detail. Why is this financial planning process so important? It really is one of our greatest responsibilities as a council to approve and monitor the budget. As members of council, we have a duty to ensure your tax dollars are managed carefully and transparently. This provides money to ensure the needs of our residents are met with local services and programs. And this is how we implement the vision and goals for our community. Council sees community feedback as a key component of financial planning. We believe the community should be involved as much as possible in helping council determine the spending priorities. I want to thank everyone again who participated in our strategic planning process 2 years ago. The budget reflects your input, your priorities that you brought to council. And for this budget, we also received community feedback through emails, phone calls with your council members that are then brought to the table. And we also sent out an email blast just prior to budget asking for input on our budget process. It is a transparent and involved budget. And I'll just read through briefly. We want to ensure limited resources are directed where they're needed most, that we maintain and improve current infrastructure for the future, prepare for current and future growth, that we address the changing demographics of the municipality, region, and province, that we have community feedback, as I said, that direct council and administrative priorities, and that we provide exceptional municipal services and programs. We all want to see our community flourish and achieve its full potential. Your elected officials, administration, and staff are always striving to enhance the well-being of our community and our residents. According to the Government of Canada, a livable community is characterized as safe, attractive, socially cohesive and inclusive, environmentally sustainable with affordable and diverse housing, linked to employment opportunities, education, public open spaces, local shops, health and community services, and leisure and cultural opportunities by way of convenient public transportation, walking, cycling, and infrastructure. All these factors contribute to our community and the individual well-being and have been represented in some form or another in our financial plan. This is our financial planning process. You can see it's a process that we follow every year that involves our entire organization as well as the community. What does our financial planning process look like? The diagram provides a behind the scenes look at many of the steps involved in creating a financial plan. Municipalities have basic services we must provide, like fire protection, snow removal from our municipal roads, garbage and recycle collection, green space maintenance, and so much more. Once basic operations and services are provided for in our budget, departments submit their capital requests to council for review. These requests, such as a new fire truck or public works equipment for snow clearing, are submitted to help make their jobs easier and provide better service to our residents. Members of council also submit budget items to administration for cost analysis to bring to council for review. Information and requests are gathered throughout the year. If items are not budgeted in a given year, it becomes very difficult to provide. With the support of council, these items can make it into the next budget. Council can meet many times to review and discuss the budget. This year, we held 3 education briefings and a special meeting of council to discuss the budget in detail. We held a meeting on December 11th to discuss the capital budget. That was a 3-hour meeting. A meeting on December 29th to discuss the capital budget. That was an hour and a half. A meeting on February 12th to discuss operating budget. That was 12 hours on a Saturday, thanks to council. And February 14th, a special meeting of council that was almost a half an hour. So in total, we've discussed our budget for over 8 hours, in addition to all of the discussions that we hold during the year. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the earliest budget in West St. Paul history. And why does this matter? Well, it was a challenge to our finance director. So I challenged our finance director to work with me and the rest of staff to bring in an early budget that could be reviewed and approved by council. I believe as the CAO, this is responsible fiscal management. Before the beginning of the fiscal year, council approves interim supply. So that means council approved money to work through the budget through the year until we approved our formal budget. The RM needs authorization to spend funds, and this was during the first 3 months of the year. Beginning budget earlier allows the RM to plan for the whole year and not depend on the interim plan. It ensures that you always have enough money for the things you need and the things that are important to the RM. It allows the municipality to come out of the gate early to attract low bids on projects. So in my experience as an administrator over the last dozen years in West St. Paul and the 33 years I spent at the city of Winnipeg, I found that the earlier you were out of the gate, you were competing against other municipalities. And this year we were probably in the top 5% to deliver the budget to public for approval. And this allows us to get our documents out for tender earlier, and the bids prove to be historically more competitive when we're out there early. It also allows us to allocate resources more appropriately. So allocating resources appropriately, attracting low bids, planning for the whole year. What does that mean? That means money in the pockets of residents. Good planning, good allocation allows residents to keep money in their pockets. Also allows the resident to know what their tax increase will be, so they could budget accordingly for what they need to do with the RM. In this case, it's zero. It's $0. $0 needed more by the residents of West St. Paul. So this should be an easier year where they're not challenged for their tax dollars. And I know as a CAO, from what I've been hearing, it's been difficult. And it also allows the people of West St. Paul to know what their recreation programs are going to be. So to relieve the stress and the impact of COVID, it's also important that the Sonova Center, the Recreation Center, allows good programs. So the more we can allot to the recreation department, the more residents have at their fingertips to keep themselves healthy. We also have other department submissions here, as you could see, beyond our basic municipal services, department directors from the fire department, public works, administration, and recreation provide various capital requests for council for consideration. I'm really proud to say our budget process is well-informed and inclusive. Every department shares the request to council for review. Prior to COVID, presentations were made to council to explain budget requests in detail and provide opportunity for questions and discussions. This was a really good year for our departments. Over 95% of their submissions they made to enhance services were approved. The presentations are newer to council. This is a newer process. This year, we decided with COVID and the council code of conduct issues that we've been experiencing, presentations did not take place in the council chamber this year, and detailed written reports were reviewed by council. As I said, most of the submissions were honored and approved by council, so that was good news for our department heads because they're able to go out and deliver enhanced services. So to deliver a budget with a 0% increase to taxes, but with better services is surely a feather in the caps of our department heads, and I want to salute them on that. And yeah, not all the requests to councils could be accepted. It was a wish list, and council and administration and staff were committed to keeping our taxes amongst the lowest in the capital region.
Right, so we've talked about the department heads and the staff that really kick off the budget process earlier in the year. And the next step is to bring those submissions to council and our council submissions. So based on the calls and emails we received from residents and businesses throughout the year, council members submit their own budget requests to council for review. And this year we also sent, as I mentioned, an email blast out to residents requesting feedback prior to budget deliberations. So thank you to all those residents who submitted their ideas and their requests to members of council. Your ideas matter and are really the foundation of our financial plan. Administration helps inform council of the projected costs associated with our requests, and we discuss as a council in relation to our community strategic plan. And so you see above the list of highlighted for you the approved requests in the chart. We often bring things to the table as a wish list, like the department heads, and not all requests can be approved, but we work together to determine the best use of your tax dollars. So I'm also really very proud. I do not believe there were requests from council related to capital expenditures that were not approved. Council had a lot of requests, and we're in a wonderful financial position to be able to bring those requests forward as part of the financial plan. And we've received those requests from you, members of the community. So thank you. For the third year in a row, proposed capital expenditures and operating expenditures were based on our West St. Paul Community Strategic Plan. As part of our strategic plan, over 600 participants shared their input through a community survey or by attending one of the 4 focus groups. Your participation in this process helps shape the future of our community and guides our budget priorities from year to year. The final document was completed in 2021. And in 2021, every resident, property owner, and business owner in West St. Paul received a copy of our strategic plan. That strategic plan was also shared with other levels of government, our MP, our MLA, other MLAs, the Premier. And so they have all had an opportunity to review our strategic plan, and we've received really positive feedback on that. When other levels of government know what our community wants and where we're going, it can help them provide us with funding and grant opportunities, knowing this is the direction of our community set by our community. So it's really been a valuable tool beyond the budget here tonight. We all work better together, and when we have a community plan to guide our decision and funding decisions, we're going in a well-planned direction. In addition to the essential services, our financial priorities are established based on the vision and mission of the community, again, which came out of our strategic planning. This community vision was developed through our community strategic plan with residents. To wonderful West St. Paul is the most desirable municipality in Manitoba to live, work, and play. A vision is a broad statement of what we want West St. Paul to become as a municipality and where we see us going in the future. Our community mission is the RM of West St. Paul is a beautiful family-oriented community where everyone is welcomed and connections are valued. As part of our strategic plan, with over 600 stakeholders participating in the process through the survey responses or being interviewed by the consultants hired to oversee and prepare that plan, and 70 members who attended one of the 4 focus groups, we came up with 4 key areas of importance. And this was guided by residents. So our focus is community, service, environment, and governance. And you all have a copy of that. If you don't, this is also available on our website and you can request a paper copy. And these are kind of the higher pillars that guide our decision-making in West St. Paul. More specifically, we had 9 strategic strategies come out of our community strategic planning. And those strategies guide our approval to come forward for the strategic plan, the various elements, because this is what our residents have told us is important. I'm going to discuss what's included in our 2022 budget in the context of this strategic plan and these 9 priorities. Our operating capital expenditures reflect the key strategies identified as most important from our community. A top priority for our residents is bylaw enforcement and community safety. So the budget this year includes increased legal expenses for bylaw control, workplace safety, code of conduct issues. We made great progress last year in addressing bylaw issues with community ambassadors and addressing derelict vehicles on residential lots to clean that up. And we plan to make more progress this year as well. Residents have identified that as a priority and we're working on it. There's a replacement of fire truck pumper number 2 that's included in the budget. Fire digitization and server upgrades for the fire department, again, under community safety. Computer upgrades for the fire department. Continued emergency measures funding for Napier Consulting, as well as our EMC contract, Emergency Measures Coordinator. Fire department equipment, which includes new cylinders for self-contained breathing apparatus and firefighting nozzle replacement, additional portable radios as well for our fire department. So they're a dedicated group of firefighters and we want to make sure that they can safely protect us. We have grant funding for COP, our Citizens on Patrol program, enhancing community safety. And we've welcomed new coordinators and many new volunteers to that program. So thank you to those who have signed up. Community safety begins at home and we all have a role to play. We have additional fire hydrants scheduled in this budget. New developments bring with them fire hydrants. But through the funding that we have, we've committed to 2 new fire hydrants in existing neighborhoods through our budgets. And we will be doing that again this year if approved. Additional lighting in Rivercrest for security reasons. And as well, other issues brought forward from council for safety include speed bumps, if approved by residents on Rossmore and in Riverdale through community surveys. Speed alert signs to notify residents of their speed and help them slow down. And as well as cameras at the administrative building for staff and council safety. Under Superior Municipal Service, things in this budget that reflect that include continued training and education for all staff, a new asset management consultant, HR consultant to be on retainer to help council with HR issues, expansion of Public Works building to prepare for our community growth and the equipment in this budget, a new grader, a new rubber tire loader, and land and plans for new administration building to recognize the expansion and the need for space and the additional staff that will be hired to continue to provide superior service. Under community identity, funding in this financial plan includes Remembrance Day, Canada Day funding, marketing for strategic plan, a second mural and community themed benches along our trails. We're really proud of the mural that was recently commissioned and completed in October, recognizing our history of West St. Paul. And so another mural is part of this. Art and identity are important parts of our community. A historical marker and plaque at the end of Balderstone Road to acknowledge that this was where the ferry traveled back and forth to East St. Paul and to inform existing and new residents of our rich historical background. Community library boxes to allow residents to share library books, and a new business park signage. This is really important for community identity. We have a small sign currently at the business park. This budget includes a new business park sign that will make our location of our business park very clear and we're really proud of our business owners. Next slide, we talk about community beautification. A number of elements in this budget, if approved, fall under community beautification. We will continue creating 2 new parks in West St. Paul. Residents asked for more green space, and we hear you. There's additional funding to match grants for Legends Park. Really pleased with the progress there, and additional funding is part of this budget to continue work there. More benches throughout the RM, along trails as well. We have funding for additional trails. We have a very active trails committee, and I want to thank all of them for coming to council every year with a prepared budget ask. Last year, you got us to Winnipeg and connected us there. And this year, we're wanting to go to St. Andrews. We are truly a connected community internally as well as with our neighbors. So excited to see that. Trail markers and maps are part of this budget. Tree planting, pond maintenance for residents living in an area with a pond for drainage. Additional dust control on gravel municipal roads. Covered shelter at Rivercrest near the playground and parking lot, possibly a site for future Remembrance Day services if they're held outdoors. Shelter at McNaughton Community Center with tables and benches. Outdoor workout station, and the park for that is yet to be determined. And Rivers Edge Park upgrades, all falling within beautification. Under our recreation campus strategy, there is a recreation booking software. Currently, our award-winning recreation director, Demara Geddes, who was named as top recreation director, does all of the bookings manually. So there's increased population in West St. Paul. There's increased demand for our programs, which we couldn't be happier about. And now we're going to hopefully, if approved, help our recreation director book easier and allow residents to book easier through online software. There's a sprinkler system for soccer fields. It's included in this budget. We have great soccer fields our community is very proud of, and we want to make sure that we maintain them. An all utility vehicle for the Sonova Center, as well as a tractor. Under the strategy of town center, we will be contributing to a West St. Paul archway leading into commercial zone, but there's really not much in this since most of the developers cover all of the issues for town center, which includes at no cost to our budgets, tree planting, pergola, $100,000 play structure in trails, play structures in Parkview Point, sidewalks through there. So most of the town center is completely covered by developers and has no impact on our budget process. We have a transportation plan that is a carryover from previous years, 2 years ago, and that has been on hold because a developer will be able to help fund part of that project. So we're really excited that that will be coming forward. That transportation plan will include roads and trails and ensure well-planned, well-managed development around Sonova Center. Walking bridge only right now has been tendered. The tender has been awarded, and that will begin this spring. We're really excited about that. No impact on this budget as that was part of previous funding, but we contributed as a municipality to 2 pedestrian bridges in our community for greater connectivity. So this transportation plan will come to council, and I'm glad that we've had advice from administration that this has been carried over from previous years to reduce the cost to residents. Community engagement and communication. Some of the things in this budget include our continued newsletters with special editions, virtual council meetings. There's the cost of live stream and recorded meetings, but we're more accessible than ever and have had over 8,000 views of our meetings. So we want to make sure that we keep that up. Additional mailbox notice boards. You told us through community strategic planning that those notice boards were important, and we're not only adding more, we're improving and enhancing them. We will have a digital sign for our administration building, and this is one way that we communicate notice. The province will be removing our current signage, and so we will be needing to replace that. And also, as part of community engagement and communication, there will be surveys regarding speed bumps. And finally, financial sustainability. Part of this budget includes asset management consultant. And so that's really important to make sure that we're managing our assets and spending money where it's needed most in terms of roads and what needs to be done and when. And we will continue to apply for grants in 2022. We received over 1.8 million in 2021. So we're really pleased, and staff, everyone does a great job applying for all grants available. And we work with private partners in terms of financial sustainability. So work on tennis that's coming up, work on potential soccer field private partnership, that outside the box work with private partners helps ensure that our taxes remain low. So with all of that in mind, as I said, council budget deliberations looked a bit different again this year because of COVID-19 pandemic. So to comply with provincial health orders at the time, you can see from the photo that we met virtually again. It's challenging to meet virtually and do our budget, but we're getting used to it now. And as I mentioned, we held 3 sessions for that and discuss specifics of the budget, but we discuss priorities and budget really throughout the year. Mr. CAO, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This slide that you see here is the financial impact of COVID-19 on municipalities in Manitoba. So the AMM, the Association of Manitoba Municipalities, reported that there was almost a $92 million operating loss in 2021. An additional $53 million shortfall has been forecast for 2022. Municipalities have also incurred $7.3 million in pandemic-related costs related to staffing needs, purchasing PPE, so that's masks, etc., and enforcing provincial health orders. 89% of municipalities have been experiencing further operating losses since the province of Manitoba flowed $106 million on behalf of the federal government under the Safe Restart Grant. Consequently, 52% of municipalities indicated that it could take between 2 to 8 years to financially recover to the pre-crisis COVID-19 levels. Is West St. Paul immune to this? No, we are not. We're suffering too. However, we are leading the province as we witness unprecedented growth to our population and economy. Despite ongoing costs with COVID, the RM is seeing tremendous growth. This year alone, capital spending will set a new record with money for roads, graders, loaders, fire equipment, new trails, green spaces, more trees. So, well, we have the challenge of COVID, and we have other challenges too. Our growth, population, and economy is allowing us to be healthy and to thrive in this kind of environment. In our next slide, you'll see there are costs out of the RM's control. So you have your inflation rate, which is the highest since 1991. In fact, when we were putting these slides together, we seen cost of living increase by 2%, gasoline increasing by 31%, replacement of passengers' vehicles increasing by 5%, fuel and oil and other fuels, 25% increase. And our finance director exclaimed fright to me the other day that the fuel is still increasing, and she's closely watching that. Insurance, fuel, hydro and gas, and another example of increases that we can't deal with is an example is the provincial assessment levy. So this year, the province who takes care of our assessments, so they provide a service and we pay them, they arbitrarily decide the amount, increase the amount by $6,000 and sent us a bill. We can't negotiate that. We can't negotiate gasoline. We can't cut services for natural gas. So we have a number of costs that are natural, what I call as the CAO, natural increases that when we come to these budget items on our spreadsheets, we don't spend a lot of time because we can't change what the fuel costs are that are coming down federally. So here's another slide. You know, this is a challenge for us, the CPI. Excuse me. In 2021, you could see it's at 3.4, but the latest numbers I've seen are at 5.1. Manitoba is in the middle of the pack, and we're challenged. We're challenged by these increased costs to to the RM. One of the highlights that I have is and maybe where we're doing good, but we're doing fair is we're coming to our last year of a union agreement. So our union agreement, we signed a 4-year deal. So while your cost of inflation is reaching 5%, we're dealing with a 2.7 union increase this year, and looking forward to a fair and reasonable negotiations with the union next year. And so here it is in a nutshell, and this is what the headlines are saying in Manitoba. These aren't my words; these are the words of Manitobans. 60% couldn't handle an unexpected expense exceeding $1,000. So people are telling us, if I have an unexpected expense, I feel I can't cope. The cost of living is crushing Manitoba's spirits. It's a challenge for everyone, but in West St. Paul, I think despite COVID, cost of living, etc., the RM is still excelling, and we've been very fortunate with timing and growth. And I'm going to say this with luck, that we've been able to do really well, and we're in a very good, healthy spot now with giving more services to residents with the 0% increase. This is a chart I got from one of the top consulting accounting firms in Canada. And I just found this chart interesting because this is what I hear from residents a lot of the times. I hear from residents in that red bubble you see, I want low taxes. Well, if you want low taxes, you may be facing service cuts, as you see to the right. And if you want low taxes, to the left, it says you'll need more density, and that could keep your taxes low. And then in the blue bubble above, it says, I want stable services. Well, we're offering stable services. In fact, we're enhancing our services. But if you're going to do that, you're going to need some more density. Giving more density to West St. Paul is an economies of scale, so more people to share the cost, so we don't have to face just to the right of I want stable services, high taxes. We don't have to deal with that. And then you see just to the right, I want low density, and that will equal lower taxes with a higher density, and that's what we're looking for. So this is just a bubble chart I found very interesting and thought applied to West St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Well, as everyone may be aware, and as has been in the free press, West St. Paul is among the top 10 fastest growing municipalities in Canada. We are number 10, competing in competition with Niagara on that list. And so that's exciting. We are second fastest growing in Manitoba. And this is really the result of decades of planned growth. This is not growth for the sake of growth, but decades of planning. It's the result of well-planned, well-managed growth in the Middle Church area specifically. West St. Paul has built up a framework in our community, decades in the making and over many councils. This framework has involved bringing wastewater and water services to our community. It's involved following development plans, secondary plans, and our zoning bylaw to direct growth to the settlement center. Involvement of this growth, residents have been involved in every step of the way, right from the creation of development plans with Red River Planning, open houses on secondary plans, to then developer open houses and public hearings with council. So this is not something new, and certainly when we've appeared in the newspaper, growth doesn't happen overnight. It takes decades. All of the infrastructure coming into place for wastewater and for water, and many councils moving that forward to ensure long-term sustainability of our community. And here from this diagram, you can see some of the developments that have recently come into fruition in West St. Paul. There's a picture rendering of the trails of West St. Paul in the bubble there. And that is complete with 188 residential units in that. $100,000 play structure in there, pond, and trails as part of that, green space, connectivity. That development helped the Trails Committee connect underneath the perimeter bridge and to the city of Winnipeg for all of us to use those trails. There's a diagram there of phase 3 master plan of Parkview Point, that development, all of the sidewalks and homes brought about from that. Again, that's decades in planning that developers have purchased land, planned for in the secondary plan and development plan, that this is the location that is highlighted for development. Often they sit on that land and wait for correct timing of the services to come, recognizing that this is land designated in the plans for development. And then the final diagram below, which was initially Riverdale West, is now Meadowlands, and that's their conceptual plan, and houses will be going in that development in the spring. So all of these developments have brought a lot of benefits to our community. They've not only brought additional green space, parks, the conditions for Parkview Point that this council added, I believe there were 18 conditions of approval for development for that to go forward. And that included a $100,000 pergola, connection of wastewater to our Sonova Center at their cost, paving on Capitalist Road. So lots of conditions added that benefit all of our residents, not just the ones moving into this development. Really, from the next slide, you can see the financial benefit of new development, in addition to all of these things that I've just mentioned now, of sidewalks and extra trees. You can see the real revenue generated from each lot approved by council, $13,100. So when we approve a development for 100 lots, that's 1.3 million directly to this municipality. And then those funds are transferred to applicable reserve funds that help us. So public reserve levy, we can enhance your parks, the capital lot levy, the green space levy, the sewer levy, the water levy. So it has a direct benefit. And on the next slide, you can see exactly this translated. So we've been able to, these are past purchases thanks to growth that we've been able to, things that have come to our community. We've been able to purchase fire equipment. That fire truck in that picture, over $400,000, and that came from money in capital levies from the 59 units on Balderstone Road, the multifamily townhouses there. So rather than have a borrowing bylaw and have our mill rate increase by taxing the residents when the previous fire truck, the chassis, broke, and we needed to replace that, development paid for that without any cost to us as residents. We've been able to provide additional parks and green space like Legends, having additional green space money in our reserves. We've been able to contribute to 2 pedestrian bridges, and that's a rendering of the one coming up on Grassmere starting this spring. You can see our garbage guys, they take their job very, very seriously and love the work that they do. This council last year was able to approve a yard waste program, something the residents asked for, and a significant cost to our operating expenditures that we were able to provide our community. We've been able to do more road work. You can see Grassmere there paved last year than ever before. And as I said, this year we're committing 900,000 to road work. So we're really pleased with that. Beautification projects like the community garden, Butterfly David Suzuki garden in front of the RM building. We're able to purchase more snow clearing equipment to make sure that the services you receive continue to be exceptional. Very proud in a year like this of our dedicated public works team. They have the equipment and the resources, and while our policy says they're to clear snow within 72 hours, they're doing it in 24 to 36 hours. So they do an amazing job, and they need the equipment to do that job. And then the community is identified with us. You know, we're important, proud West St. Paul residents. Our identity, our history is important to us. And we need to fund projects that highlight our community identity. That mural highlights our history with the ferry going back and forth across the river, as well as our future and our strong Indigenous partnerships that we have been forming and the history of this community. And signage along streets named after West St. Paul veterans, as well as a new Rivercrest sign last year, acknowledging that that community was founded by veterans. So these are important projects that benefit all residents of West St. Paul that we've been able to fund without borrowing, exclusively from the money developers have brought through those capital levies. So because of that, taking into consideration the requests from the various departments, council requests based on resident feedback, our strategic plan, considering all of the challenges that we face, from COVID costs to the cost of living increase, and then the growth that we've experienced in this community, a financial plan is created and a mill rate is established, and our taxes need to fund all of the programs and services that we depend on and that help us have a high standard of living. And so because of the growth that we've had in this community, the well-planned development and the well-managed development, we're in an amazing position. And I'm thrilled to be able to share our request for a 0% increase in spite of some of the significant challenges that many municipalities face. Given all the capital levies that we've collected from new development, the timing is right to hold the line on taxes and to help save you money. With the cost of living increase, we all need hard-earned money to stay in our pockets. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Shahada, our Director of Finance, to discuss a few of the upcoming slides here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you'll see here presented on the screen is a summary of the mill rates over the last 5 years. You may ask, what is a mill rate? A mill rate is a tax rate. It's the amount of tax payable per dollar of the assessed value of your property. 1 mill equals $1 for each $1,000 in assessment. As more development and residential and commercial are completed within the RM, the assessment base increases. Between 2021 and 2022, the RM saw an increase in assessment of 9.41%. With this increase in assessed value, the RM of West St. Paul's Council was able to keep the tax rate the same as prior year, as costs are divided up over more units. Following that slide, we have a sample of a residential tax calculation. So what does that mean to you? What is assessment? The value of your home is determined by the Manitoba Local Government Assessment Services. Properties are assessed at market value in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. As you will see, with the 0% increase for 2022, there will be no increase on your tax bill on the municipal portion, as long as there was no change within your assessed value for 2022. I will now pass the slide on to the CAO.
Well, I'm just going to before I start, I'm just going to challenge anyone with a calculator to go back to that slide we had where we said we've got $13,100 per lot for levies every time a new lot is developed in West St. Paul. So I'm aware of what this number is, but I don't always look at it. So we've have approximately over the next 10 years, 4,500 new lots in the queue. So when you have time, do 4,500 times 13,100. And I just did it on my calculator here. I quickly hit the clear button and I said, I got to get this right. I'm on the screen. I have to know the right number here, you know, if I'm talking. So I entered 13,100 again, times approximately 4,500 homes. Why am I getting over $50 million in fees to the RM here? Something must be wrong, but no, there wasn't anything wrong with my calculator. So when you get a chance, 13,100 times approximately 4,500 homes, and that will give you capital levies coming to the RM. It's an astounding number, and I'm proud that we're getting the fruits of our labor now for all the hard work we've done in the last 10 years that I've been here, a little more than that. But the planning, the hard work, the commitment from council is really starting to come through. This slide talks about municipal tax dollar value. And when you take your average home, you're paying about just under $150 a month. And what does that get you? It gets you municipal services like fire protection, snow removal. Snow removal is a really important service to this community. I've heard that over the last 6 weeks. Garbage and recycling collection, road maintenance, new roads, trails, parks, playgrounds, grass cutting, skating rinks, dust and weed control, mosquito control that we buy off the city of Winnipeg, street lighting, protection, emergency services, and more. And that's $148 a month. Maybe these days that's a fancy dinner for two. It's not my weekly grocery bill anymore. Mine's much higher than that. Yeah, it's probably my monthly cell phone bill. So I'm getting as much a month from the RM for services as it takes me to pay my cell phone bill. And boy, that last one, tank and a half of gas. Maybe last year or 2 years ago, you could get a tank and a half of gas for $148, but not the average West St. Pauler and their nice truck is not paying $148 for a tank of gas anymore. To further break that down, I asked our finance director and the mayor too asked, what are the service costs per home? So at the last census in the RM West St. Paul, we have 2,270 homes. What are the costs per home broken down by service? Your fire and emergency services are costing you just over $25 a month. Snow clearing, $4.22 a month. I know myself, I've looked into just getting my driveway at my home cleared, and it was a lot more than $4.22 a month. So for each home in West St. Paul to get the snow clearing on your streets is costing you just above $4 a month. Garbage and recycling and where they take away waste now. It's a service that we can continue to enhance in West St. Paul. $14.55 a month. So think of that service you're getting for $14.55 a month. Plan on staying healthy? Well, plan on contributing $17 a month to the RM. That's all it's costing you for the Sonova Center. Once again, we always plug our award-winning director, Demara, who does a fabulous job over there at the Sonova Center. And she's doing that job and providing all that recreation at $17 a month. And finally, grass cutting, dig deep into your pockets because you have to pay this RM 92 cents a month to do your grass cutting. I think looking at that is a good measure to think about what it is costing you with the RM to deliver a service to your home. And I will pass the torch on to Crystal here. Okay, hang on, I can do this one. I passed it on too soon. In these bubbles, you'll see other services that we're in: animal control, street cleaning, watershed district, recreation and park renewal, library, bylaw enforcement, sewer and water surface services, EMO disaster management, economic development. Those are some of the other services that you are provided for with your tax dollars in St. Paul.
All right, so continuing on the numbers side of things, as assessment increases, taxes decrease. So this graph is a nice representation of the correlation between the RM's tax rate and the RM's assessment base. As assessment increases, your tax rate decreases. In 2022, there is a 0% increase to the tax rate due to the increase in our assessment base of 9.41%. We have hit a point in our assessment where expenses are being allocated over more units, which is a combination of residential and commercial assessment. When these expenses are distributed over more units, each individual pays less. What this means is our assessment base or units have increased more than our demand for taxes, which cover the expenses required to maintain and enhance current services. Back to the CAO.
Thanks, Crystal. Good job on that graph. I'm going to talk about some other municipalities, but just before I do, I want to give a salute out for those people that really had faith in West St. Paul, and those are the business owners out there that are in our community now. I'll say, like Peter Warren would say, or Red Alex, a big bouquet to them, because those commercial properties and retail properties that are coming have shown commitment to West St. Paul and have have dedicated their resources and their dollars to grow their businesses and be part of our community. So I just want to give a salute out to them and move on. So comparison with other municipalities, tax increases, we're able to gather some, not all the communities are there yet. Some are a little bit behind us in putting their plans together and deciding what their increases will be. But this chart here that I'm showing you is, I'm going to say right now, every community has different goals and priorities. So I certainly am not knocking any other community when I talk about the tax increases over their 5-year total. My job here is to show you that West St. Paul is competitive, and you know, over the last 5 years, we've had a 6.53% tax increase. That is kudos. I want to give kudos to my council for having the commitment and the strength to be able to do this. So this chart shows you that West St. Paul is more than competitive. And while I'm giving out salutes, I'm going to have to give one out to my council here for allowing us the ability to do this. Comparison with other municipalities, mill rate comparisons. So I'm going again. I want to show you where we are in the pack for a mill rate. This is 19, 20, and 21. So we don't have 22 in here, where West St. Paul stays at 9.1. I couldn't get many 2022s from other communities because they're not there yet. They're not ready. But this one shows you, I think, the idea here is to show you that that once again, this municipality is a leader. And I'm going to acknowledge that as of 2021, that East St. Paul is still doing a little bit better with us. And my goal is always for the community of West St. Paul. I am working hard to get us lower than East St. Paul at some point. So I will acknowledge their good fortune at being a little bit lower than us. But folks, West St. Paul, their businesses and their residents are going to get a lower rate yet in the coming years. Back to Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So here's a budget overview for 2022. As you'll see, we have our net municipal taxes of 5.1 million, estimated school 7 Oaks School Division of 8.5, and Interlake, we don't have any values for that yet. They haven't released their budget numbers. And then we have a quick summary of our total assessment on the bottom, where you can see again 9.41% in assessment increase between 2021 and 2022. So this is a breakdown of the 2022 taxes. The municipal number that you see on the screen comes from our budgeting process, and the school requisitions come directly from the school divisions. The RM does not play any part in their budgeting process. So with the increase of 9.41% in 2022, which is due to the increase in residential and commercial growth, it helps offset the impact of the expenses to existing residents, which in turn keeps our mill rate low, or in this case, at a 0% increase. So on our next slide, we have a little graph summary of where your 2022 residential tax dollars go on $100,000 of portioned assessment. The RM would receive $409, almost $410, which equates to 37% of your tax bill. The balance of $698.85, which is estimated, is 63% of your tax bill, which is sent directly to the school division. Now, over the years, I've received a number of calls come in regarding taxes paid, people stating they pay, you know, $6,000 on their tax bill. Yes, that may be true, but we are only collecting 37% of your tax bill. And what that equates to is the RM keeping $2,220 to offset or to cover all municipal services, such as fire protection, snow clearing, park maintenance, recreation center programming and maintenance, and so on. As you will see here on this slide, we have a brief summary of what your 2022 tax bill will look like. The top section is your tax assessment. So you have your land, your building, and your total assessment. Your taxable portion is 45% of that total assessment. So you're not paying taxes on 100% of your assessment, you're only paying on 45%. So as you can see, an average home of 436,000, 45% is 196,290. So the mill rate calculates at $1,787 to the municipality. The balance of $3,048.38 is sent directly to the school divisions. Should you have any questions or concerns regarding your education property taxes, please do call the school divisions. Their information is listed on this slide. The RM cannot assist you in any way to explain their budgeting process. They would be the best people to contact regarding the school tax mill rates. I will direct it back to the CAO.
Thanks, Crystal. These are general operating expenditures, as you can see in the operating expenditures. There are some increases, as Crystal, our director, pointed out, that our services continue to grow and we wanted to enhance them. So there have been some increases, but fortunately, our assessment and growth outpaces our general operating expenditure growth. The first line you see there is general government services. This section covers council, administration, staff, legal, audit, insurance, and grants provided by the municipality. And some of those lines in that budget, in that part of the budget, are increases that I refer to as natural. So those are increases that come naturally every year, and whether it would be in a union increase for the workers, increases in utilities, those type of things. And this year we also have an election this year, so we're dedicating dollars for election, payroll tax, a pension, those type of things. So a lot of natural increases there and some service increases there. Also in that line, that's where you would see the assessment service increase. So I told you previously about the province of Manitoba arbitrarily raising our fee for assessment services. That's where you would see that. Protective services, this section covers fire, police, flooding, and animal control. We're lucky so far in our municipality. We don't have to pay for RCMP, a large amount for RCMP policing contracts. We're seeing some increases there as protective services. As we come out of COVID, we're seeing activities around the province begin to increase. So those numbers are going up. And I want to, at this point, I've done a number of salutes today. I want to salute our fire department, which is run by volunteers. So they get a small step in to do the job. But I've also often thought of them this winter in the middle of the night when I would get a text or a call about an accident or a fire. It would only be a text. I didn't have to pull my boots on and leave the house in the middle of the night. So I want to salute them for that. I appreciate the public service they are doing for this community, and I hope that you are too. Transportation services, public works. This section of the financial plan covers the following areas: snow removal, grading, gravel programs, so also the sanding program, culverts, bridges, mowing, streetlights, sidewalks, and boulevards. Here's another group that is challenging. So this has been a really unusual year for snow, record year, that we're having a record year. It hasn't, I'm not fond of having a record year in snow, but we are. And as we do that, we have residents in West St. Paul that I'm going to go on the limb and say we're getting spoiled and we want our services right away. So where we would see in the past 72 hours for snow removal, which is our service level agreement that we have, isn't good enough anymore for residents. They have places to go, things to do, and the demand for a service in this area is going up. So Public Works is up to the challenge. We're getting new equipment in these areas, and the new equipment is coming, we're paying cash for this new equipment, so we're not paying any interest rates on it, which could lead to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that we're paying for in our capital. But when we buy graders and loaders and lawnmowers for Public Works, we got to put some bums in the seat. So we're looking at enhancing staff there. And I really believe that the citizens of West St. Paul are going to be happy with that, because we're going to be able to give them better services. Garbage and recycling services. We went into a new era of garbage and recycling. We offered some enhanced services this year. Council came back and told us, this isn't good enough. The service has to be better. And we responded to that by giving a couple of extra waste, I call waste takeaways this term. And we're following that up with higher services in garbage and recycling next year. So you'll see an increase there, but you're not going to see that increase on your tax bill. You're just going to see an increase in services. Recreation and culture. So I'm just going to skip past planning and environment and economic development. There's nothing significant there, but recreation and culture, we're getting back business to as normal. But in those years where the past 2 years where we've seen impact by COVID, the biggest impact on us was in our recreation department. We took a hit in revenues. And so as the Sonova Center sat empty, at times we weren't able to put warm bodies in the Sonova Center. So there was no fees for socials, and some of the programs went away because of health issues and government rules. We're getting back to business there, and we're also recovering from what we went through in COVID. So we do see increases in general operating, but that increase is not going to hit your pocketbook. You're going to get the 0% tax increase.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So in addition to the operating expenditures that the CEO has outlined, we have a number of capital special projects for 2022, and I touched on a lot of those, so I won't get into it in too detail here. We have more road repairs planned, doubled, Public Works building expansion and snow clearing equipment. So as our CAO stated, there's a demand for great snow service for clearing, and we're wanting to meet that demand with new equipment, and we need to make sure that that equipment is an asset that's well maintained indoors, and so that hopefully we can get that Public Works building expanded to house that equipment. New trails for our community. Beautification, recreation's been identified as a priority. We have over 17 kilometers of trails in this community, and we fully support our trails committee and our community that's really making use of those walking trails for biking and walking, especially during COVID. More green space and trees. We're creating parks and developments that, like Legends, that never called for parks, that were not part of the design, that residents bought into and realized, what would be really great in these areas is green space for our community, the connectivity with our neighbors, multi-generation, diverse communities. And because of the growth in the levies we have, we're able to do that after the fact, which is quite challenging. Number of community beautification projects, including planted trees, another mural, and an expenditure for new fire truck in here as well. So our 2022 road projects there on the diagrams, you can see some of the work done last year. They were out, I believe the one is on Moore Road from last year, the previous year, and Toshak and Grassmere was done last year. And so that cost to residents was posted often as residents. We drive down our roads when they've been improved and don't realize how expensive it really is to maintain that infrastructure and improve it, resurface it. And so I'm quite proud of the spending that we have. These are the roads that are scheduled for 2022. As I've mentioned to a number of residents literally out on the streets, our plan for road repair is based on an asset management plan. In the past, councillors would argue and fight over whose road gets to be done in which ward. And what we have now that is driving our decision making is an asset management plan where all 90 kilometers of roads in our community have been assessed by our Director of Infrastructure, Mr. Romano, and our Manager of Public Works, Mr. Friesen, who've done an amazing job compiling the road list and the quality of the roads and the timing for when those roads need to be improved. And they've adapted that plan under conditions where things have changed. So in a year where we had freezing and roads were damaged in a way that was not anticipated, they've revised that plan as needed too. So we have amazing staff diligently working and making sure that process is fair. And so now it's not up to any one member of council to yell loud enough to get your road done. It's which roads need to be done and when. So I'm really proud of our spending on roads. You've told us when we were elected that it's really important to have your roads maintained, improved, upgraded, and we're working our way through that list. The only thing that we can do when we're not pushing for certain roads to be done and it's under a plan is direct more funding to that. And so between 2014 and 2021, on average, we would spend $413,198 per year on roads. I know when we got started on council this term, it was about 300, and every year we improve. This year, we're able to commit 905,000. So this in a year when COVID is challenging for municipalities, when people are going to take municipalities 2 to 8 years to recover from COVID, when there's cost of living increases, we're able to more than double our expenditure on road projects. So I'm really very proud of that as part of this budget. Something else I'm really proud of is the amount that we're going to be dedicating to the business park. We have amazing businesses in West St. Paul, and some got a really early start in our community and came here and opened up their businesses when there wasn't a lot going on in West St. Paul. And for them, they've toughed it out on some difficult roads, some challenging gravel roads, and that's part of being in a rural community. But we're in a position to upgrade some of those roads now and to really contribute to our business park as well, and to spread some funding around. So total spending proposed in this budget is $300,000 for the business park. And you can see the roads highlighted there: Eames Road, Merritt, and St. Paul. And so, you know, part of diverting taxes and making decisions is making sure that residents, businesses, property owners, that we're looking after everybody. And so this is the first time since 2010 that we'll be investing significantly in road work in the business park. And I know our businesses will be appreciating that. We also have a number of park project upgrades. So when our CAO talked about what you're spending a month to cut grass, these are the areas that we're cutting grass in addition to, you know, along municipal paths and other municipal properties. But for 92 cents a month, grass is getting cut in all of these parks. And I'm really proud of the number of parks we have in our community. When you look per capita at the green space and parks that we have, it's quite significant. Many cities do not have. We're 6,800 residents, and this is the amount of green space that we have. And this chart was created because we really passed councils, to their credit, and this council, we make sure that we're evenly distributing resources, upgrades to our parks. So this year you can see where the money's being diverted for parks. River's Edge Park getting an upgrade, Lister Rapids Park, Legends, more money there, McNaughton on benches and a covered shelter, Rivercrest Park, Sonova Center, that park. So the 150 there is for the sprinkler system to ensure that the soccer fields are well kept, as well as a private partnership, creating the foundation for a private partnership for a soccer field at the front by the highway. And so some money will be diverted this year to prepare that ground for a soccer field. And it is the hopes, and we're working with a private partner to create a professional field in front of Sonova Center, right up by the highway, that will have a paved parking lot at the expense of a private partner, bleachers. And so we're directing a bit of money this year to lay the foundation for that. And hopefully a lot more will be invested in that. It'll probably end up being $1 million field when it's all said and done, but we're working with private partners in a way that we worked with tennis to make that happen. So you can see our funding for those park projects there. And then other 2022 projects, as I mentioned, rubber tire loader for public works, sanding plow truck, a grader, a shop expansion. So we are directing a lot of money to public works this year. We've heard you loud and clear that you want great service to continue and enhanced, and we believe that as well. Trail extension on Main getting us to St. Andrews, and I believe they're going out west if they can as well. Utility vehicle for the recreation center, a lot of work there, a lot of people utilizing our Sonova Center, fire hydrants, notice boards. So these are all things that I've touched on earlier in the presentation. And for the next slide, I will turn it back over to Ms. Shahada.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So every year we place funds in our reserves for future priorities. Currently, this is the status of our reserve funds at the end of 2021. So as you can see, we have $3.9 million in our, or sorry, $17.2 million in our reserves. We allocated 3.9, just over 3.9 million in 2021 to those reserves. In 2022, we have additions to reserves, which is estimated as these change depending on our development levies that we collect. We are estimating currently 1.2 million to be transferred to reserves. So as you'll see here, out of the 17 million, there are a number of reserves that are not listed on here. And these include our Public Works Building Reserve, Sonova non-center or non-resident reserve. That's for when non-residents rent our center, they're required to pay a little extra than our current residents. We have an IT reserve, admin building reserve, a recreation building reserve, sewer and water reserves. So a rule of thumb in the municipal world is that your reserves should equal 1 year of your operating budget for emergencies or disasters. West St. Paul far exceeds that. We have over 3 times the necessary amount in our reserves. I will now pass it back to the CAO.
To talk a little bit about our reserves, I'm going to remind council, you've probably heard me say this, none of you were here at the time, but you've all contributed to the success of the RM. But when I came to West St. Paul in May 2010, there was no money in the reserve, and the RM was looking to take a line of credit out so they could pay their accounts payable and their payroll. Since that time, due to all the things that we've been talking about tonight, we're sitting at a point where we have $17.2 million in reserves as 2021. Just so you can see a comparison, I asked Crystal to pull out some numbers from communities that are close to us, and you know, we couldn't get some of the 2021 numbers because some of these communities haven't done their programs for 2021 or 2020. They're in 2019 still, but you could see we're rather healthy. You know, the community that I'm chasing to catch up to, I salute them on doing a good job. They've had a bit of a head start on us, but St. Andrews, a bigger community than West St. Paul to the north, they have a healthy $7.7 million in reserves. We have more than twice of that. St. Clements is at about 3.3. You know, we're 5 times that. And City of Selkirk, so here we are up against the city. I'm really proud of Selkirk. I commend Selkirk for everything that they've done. They got a nice little retail base going there. They've got a main street with businesses, but what they don't have the dollars in reserve of West St. Paul has. I've also looked at other communities in the capital region, and the majority of them are behind West St. Paul dollars in reserve. This is something I'm not patting myself on the back about. I will pat council on the back because it takes them to direct policy in the community. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to show us all that are watching tonight that we're in a healthy, respectful position, and I'm quite proud of. I'm really quite proud of what this council has been able to help deliver. We're going one more time to this, so if you haven't pulled out your calculator, do it and do that total levies per lot at 13,100. And I'll give you a little hint when I said to multiply it by over 4,000 lots, that is in the $50 million range. So when you look at 100 lots or 1.3 million, start thinking real big numbers because we're doing pretty good in this program. And when I think of development fees, I'll often think to the time the fire chief told me he needed a new fire apparatus and it was going to cost well over $500,000. And it was an emergency where the apparatus had broken down. And he said, this can't be repaired. We can't limp through it. So we're down to one machine when we should have two. My heart stopped for a moment as I thought of the risk to West St. Paul. At that point, I looked at the Boulderstone development fees. So that's about a 50 home multifamily development on Boulderstone. And I realized, I looked at the fire chief and I said, we could buy that apparatus for cash. We don't have to worry about borrowing funds and maybe being delayed in getting it. We'll get council approval. You should be able to go order that that pumper truck next week. And we're going to pay cash for that, fire chief, with the money we got from development fees. And I've never been so relieved as that day as I was able to tell him that, because the community had a safety risk going and we were able to act fairly quick on that. Our next chart is growth in West St. Paul. So what does this mean? Are we going to continue to grow at this rate? I want to tell you that this growth has been planned. It's been planned for a number of years. And the other thing that I think is important is I know when West St. Paul residents see some of these numbers, they sometimes may be overwhelmed by them. But in my opinion, this chart is following growth numbers, the 6682 that we're at in our current year. So in 2021 is almost exactly what our group predicted we would be at in 2021. And as the chart climbs, and remember, watching this blue line climb like that, remember where your other line's going that Crystal told you about, and she said how they correlated together. As your blue line is going up here, your tax line's going in the other direction. So that means your assessment growth is driving your taxes in the other direction. But that number you're looking at for 2041 is 20 years out. And what I will tell the community of West St. Paul is once we start getting around that number, 15 to 16,000 people, that's getting near probably the high growth for West St. Paul. And I don't speculate at this time, but they always change. But I think those are the kind of numbers you're going to see for the population of West St. Paul in the outlier future. It's going to settle in around 16,000. So that number is just to give you a prediction. Those numbers plugged in now, I helped forecast the 6682 number, but the four numbers that you see coming after that were from a capacity study done by the engineering firm as hired by the Manitoba Water Services Board. So the province hired them. And those are their predictions for numbers in West St. Paul. And back to Crystal. Oh, okay, sorry, the mayor.
Thank you. Hey, these are the 2021 grants received. So as our CEO mentioned, growth has a benefit in grants that we receive as well, and the services that we receive. So when we're doing really well, we can have things like provincial highway improvements. We have schools coming because we're growing. So there's so many things that come from growth. And grants is one of those things. Our operating grant is higher based on population. And the province, we're a successful growing community, and they're more likely to select us when they're making grant decisions. So I won't go through these in detail, but we've been really fortunate. Fire protection grant, you can see that's quite significant. That helps as well for our municipality and in purchasing equipment. And private partners really want to work with us. The Access Credit Union grant is a grant that I was able to acquire to direct for Legends Park, where they're going to have naming on benches in there, recognizing their contribution. So I can say to residents that all of staff, from the CAO right down to everyone that hears of any grant opportunities, always brings those forward. Members of council that see things bring that forward, myself. And so we're not sitting back relying on tax dollars. You know, we live here, staff works here, they want the best for our community. And so in 2021, they were able to bring in over $1.8 million in grants, as you can see. So that's really not something that's in their job description, and they're always going above and beyond. Every recreation grant that comes across the table, Demara Geddes is bringing forward, and we're all looking for that. So we're wanting to make sure that residents here get the best value and that we apply for absolutely everything that we can. And I'm really glad and pleased to see what we've been able to acquire that's kept our taxes quite low. This has really been a kudos. I'm not only proud of that, but proud that the federal government and provincial government trust us, and that partners like the Manitoba Métis Federation trust us with their funding and the partnerships that we have with them. It really speaks a lot to that, because they're not just giving us money. They have to work with our CAO, with our director of infrastructure, with our recreation director. So they're giving money to people that they know they can work with. And we've proven that we're a municipality that can get things done and that we're great to work with. And there's going to be good value for the grants and money that they provide us. I'm really quite proud of that. We do have some threats coming though. And so we've seen now letters and funding that we have, and I want to give kudos to all levels of government that really emphasize the importance of safe work environment. So, listed here, we've received just this week approval for funding. This is money that will be going to Canada Day, and we always apply for that. Our right down to our fire chief applies for any funding that they can. And as part of that letter, you can see here, as you may already know, the Government of Canada is committed to promoting a workplace free from harassment, abuse, and discrimination. I'd like to seize this opportunity to remind you of your responsibility to provide a work environment where harassment, abuse, and discrimination are not tolerated. So we've spent a lot more in legal fees this year to address harassment and issues, code of conduct issues. And the implication not only for council, for staff, but is the funding risk for that. And so these are some of the risks that we have to consider when we're budgeting, just as we considered COVID risks, cost of living increase. If there's workplace challenges, they have to be addressed in a proper way, because we risk losing funding if they're not. And so I'm pleased that the province has taken that initiative and that we're working to make sure we are a safe workplace. Crystal, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a few important dates and a little bit of information here. This is same as every year. Taxes are due Wednesday, September 29th, 2022 at 4:30 p.m. No exceptions. Please ensure your payments are at the RM office by 4:30 p.m. on September 29th. In order to be processed on time for the tax season. Online banking, please allow at least 5 business days for your payment to reach the RM. It takes your bank a few days to process your payment on their end, to send the information to our bank's central processing, and that then to be forwarded to us. So we always recommend at least 5 business days to avoid any penalties. Penalty is at 1.25% per month on unpaid taxes. This is added onto your tax ledger on the first of each month. So that being said, if your payment is not here by 4:30 p.m. September 29th, on October 1st, penalties will be added, as September 30th is a federal holiday. The appeal deadline for your assessment is October 17th, 2022 by 4:30 p.m. Order revision is set for November 2nd, 2022 at 5 p.m. And the current business tax rate for the RM of West St. Paul is 1.2%. I will pass it on to the CAO.
That's me. Yeah. Sorry, that's me. So to bring us to conclusion of this long presentation, that this is a full year in the making. So thank you for sticking with us through this full presentation. We'll highlight again, really what we're most proud of is we're able to have no tax increase as part of this proposed financial plan for 2022. The taxes will remain the same. And that's because of the amazing growth that we've had in our community. And so our CAO drawing attention to the 4,500 lots that are coming and the $50 million. To put that in perspective, this budget that we're looking at tonight is a $5.1 million budget for this year. So when we think about the future and we think about our children living here and we think about living here for decades to come, we all want to live in a community that can continue to provide exceptional services, that can provide programs and enhance those, where we have great snow clearing services, where we have low taxes. And really the developments that this council has approved and the challenges with that, growth is not always easy, is to a benefit, huge benefit to existing residents in the immediate short term for the things that we've been able to purchase. And it's in the long term too. So a $5 million budget this year, and we're poised for $50 million over 10 years. So if it's managed right with the right people in place, and I'm really grateful, Ms. Shahada, our CAO, Mr. Alnick, and all of the people that we have working here have positioned us very well to be a sustainable community long into the future. That is your financial plan for 2020. We thank you for watching. And we will open up the public hearing to be able to take questions for residents. The format for this is we'll open up the public hearing, take questions, comments, listen to residents and what they have to say about our financial plan. It's been out to the public for quite some time. And then we'll have council comment after them. This really is a opportunity for our residents to provide their feedback as part of this. Council's had over 8 hours and then time throughout the year. So we'll make sure that our residents have an opportunity to comment, and then council will have an opportunity. I'm obviously don't want to be losing my voice here after a long presentation. So I am going to propose a 10-minute break here, and that will get me renew my water so I don't lose my voice for chairing the rest of the meeting. And then we'll come back and we'll have the resolution to open up the public hearing. So thank you all, and we will see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back from our 10-minute break. Thank you everyone for your patience. We are going to read the resolution to open up the public hearing so we can hear from our residents on our financial plan. I will just say that for anyone that missed slides or wanted to look in more detail, as I mentioned earlier, those slides will be available on our website tomorrow. So anyone that missed a slide or wants to take a closer look on that, above and beyond our financial plan that was published, that presentation will be online tomorrow. All right, I will read the resolution for us to open the public hearing. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding the 2022 financial plan public hearing. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bisetti, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. All right, as per our typical process, I will read an introduction to our public hearing, just so we're all on the same page. We are aware that most people who attend our council meetings for planning items or bylaw matters, our financial plan such as this here tonight, are not completely familiar how our public hearing process works. So I'll just spend a few minutes to explain how our process will work for this evening. We will allow residents to speak and ask questions tonight for 10 minutes each, with questions, concerns, comments on our financial plan, those in support, opposition, and for information. People wanting to speak this evening have registered in advance, and we appreciate their registration. That process is needed for our Zoom meeting format. And so they'll have 10 minutes, a maximum 10 minutes to comment, share their concerns, their ideas, feedback. And during that process, Ms. Shahada, our Director of Finance, will write down all of the questions asked and then address them at the end of the presentations, comments from our residents. So we have opened up our public hearing. Ms. Shaw, do you have anyone registered in support of our financial plan wanting to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have some residents registered for this financial plan and none for or in support. The first person we have against the financial plan would be Mr. George Penner. I'll bring him into the meeting now.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Hello, Mr. Penner. Are you able to hear us okay? I see your hand up, but we can't hear you. Mr. Penner, you are able to go ahead and present to council.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I excuse myself for 15 minutes? I'm just starting supper. I've waited for an hour and a half or hour and 45 minutes, and I'll be the next presenter after the. I'll take the next present place. Thank you.
Mr. Penner, this is your opportunity to be able to speak on this. And so we never have any idea how long our presentations are going to take or how many people are before or after you to speak. If you wish to speak on our financial plan, please go ahead and do so now.
Okay, you're forcing me. I would. You had a long presentation and I'm hungry. And I think that 5 o'clock is not a very opportune time to have a hearing because people are traveling home and they haven't had supper. And but I'll go ahead with my proceedings. I have a lot of concern about your administration building. Do the residents of West St. Paul want to have their tax dollars spent on the municipal administration building? I haven't heard anybody talk about that. And does the RM of West St. Paul really need an administration building? I know that the developer would love an administration building because he can put it in his brochures. but the developer isn't paying for the new fire hall. And the developer has demonstrated a lack of appreciation and respect for heritage, such as our present administration building is. The mayor mentioned that we might need for additional staff. I don't think we should need additional staff. I did a comparison with the RM of St. Andrews, and the RM St. Andrews has approximately the same staff, office staff, as the RM of West St. Paul has. They serve almost twice the population and 8.5 times the area. And they're getting along well with their present staff and with their present municipal building. So I don't think we need a building. The RM West St. Paul has adequate office space. Uh, if proper allocation in the present building were implemented, you could partition more offices on the second floor. And there's offices in the new Public Works building and fire hall. Plus, there's a trend for office workers to vote from home. I know my neighbors here; they're provincial employees. They're working from home. They love it. They don't want to go back. This all of these combined issues combined make a new office building, a bad decision. There's lots of office space available all over the place. It's there's surplus. The RM of West St. Paul office building, the present one, is a heritage site. It was built in 1917, and it's only one of three designated heritage buildings left in the RM West St. Paul. In the city of Winnipeg, city of Winnipeg demolished their old administration building 60 years ago, and the Winnipeggers are still lamenting the demolishing of that historic city building. Some steady likely told the Winnipeg City Council that replacement was the way to go. Imagine the Winnipeg Exchange District if we still had the old city hall there, and we're going to destroy ours. A new West St. Paul administration building would not have the character and the history that the present building has, just like the present city hall doesn't have the character that the former Winnipeg City Hall had. Would a new RM West St. Paul administration building become White Elephant, and will the building be utilized in the future? As a photographer for the Manitoba Historical Society, I have photographed numerous municipal office buildings that are no longer utilized. There are other things that the RM of West St. Paul should and needs to consider before spending money on an administration building. The RM of West St. Paul road system needs serious upgrades. Developments like Riverdale, East River's Edge, Lester Rapids require fire hydrants to be installed. And existing fire hydrants in Whistler's Hollow need to be hooked up to water. We continue to buy new fire trucks and firefighting equipment, but we neglect the fire hydrants needed to fight fires effectively. The RM of West St. Paul's sewer system needs to be extended. The RM of West St. Paul continues to allow residents to be built with sewage pump out tanks. This is not acceptable, and these systems will eventually need to be replaced. No, I should say the sewage systems will eventually be needed to replace sewage storage tanks. A lame duck regime should not be making a major decision like a municipal hall so near to the end of their mandate. Those who think that the RM of West St. Paul really needs to spend tax dollars on a new administration building should make the municipal hall part of their election platform, or better yet, the municipality should have a referendum on the issue with this fall's municipal election. That's it for the administration building, the new one.
Thank you, Mr. Penner. I would normally direct the questions to Ms. Shahada, our Director of Finance, but a lot of those questions aren't financial. They're more political in terms of the decisions that have been made in the past and decisions that have been made in recent years. So I'm going to address those because they're not financial per se. The administration building, you've mentioned, do we need it? Is this for developers? Absolutely not for developers. Administrative building is for our municipal staff and for our community. And so in terms of that building, that's been something that spanned at least 2 councils and probably 3. Reserve fund was created by previous councils. There is currently 800,000, 900,000 in that reserve fund. So every council has recognized that we will be growing and expanding, and that has been prepared for years to recognize that our staff will expand as our community grows. So that's not necessarily a decision of this council, but many councils. At the beginning of this term, we reviewed a feasibility study that was conducted on this administrative building, and consultants that were hired by the previous council to assess the feasibility of continuing to operate in this space. And so this council reviewed those findings after the last election, and really how it would not work with the growth that we have and the staff that we have to continue to operate in the space that's here for our staff, and to expand and jeopardize the structure of a historical building. And so this council every year has voted on surplus and has directed more funds to the administrative building reserve, knowing that it's part of our strategic plan to build a new admin building. It's a long-term plan over a number of councils, and we're not wanting to jeopardize this site. And so you've mentioned that it's a heritage site. We couldn't agree more. And there are no plans for demolishing this. We're in a really great position where we wouldn't need to sell off our current admin building in order to move forward on a new administration building. This should remain under the control of the RM of West St. Paul. And in fact, with changes going on at Red River Planning, this could end up being a planning site so that residents get better service for planning and applying for applications and permits. Or it may turn into an extension of policing, and bylaw may operate out of here with RCMP using this. So there's lots of possible uses that the municipality can still maintain this heritage building and make use of that. So I really appreciate the concern that would come forward for residents for maintaining this building, because it's a gorgeous building. It's a part of our West St. Paul history, and maintaining that history is also part of our strategic plan. So that's really important. You mentioned about what do we need additional staff for? Through the presentation, it's been discussed that we are the 10th fastest growing municipality in all of Canada. So letting that sink in, 10th fastest in all of Canada. So of course our staff is going to expand in order to meet the service enhancements that our community wants, and to be able to have a council chambers that our community can be part of and come and watch council meetings. So I don't think it's a surprise to many that we would need more staff, and more residents are making use of municipal services, coming to pay their taxes, wanting to attend council meetings, and we need a building that can definitely accommodate that. So again, no intention to demolish. This is something that's been planned over years in many councils. Road system needing upgrade. We couldn't agree with you more, and I'm not sure if you heard the portion on the road upgrade, but we're committed more than ever. So our budget is a $5 million budget that we collect from residents, and we're spending $900,000 on roads this year. So I know everybody has maybe a different amount, and I respect that. And Mr. Penner, you may have a different amount that you want to spend, but on a $5 million budget, we're spending close to $1 million on road upgrades. And I think that's pretty impressive. I think that's a pretty significant commitment on our part. Fire hydrants in existing neighborhoods, we couldn't agree more. And I mentioned in here that we're committed to an additional 2 fire hydrants a year in existing neighborhoods with water. And as far as extending sewer in West St. Paul and that should be part of the budget, this council, previous councils, we've committed to not extending sewer in existing neighborhoods until we get grant funding. So we've been denied 4 times from the province of Manitoba on our recent application to complete phase 1 of wastewater. If we had those grants, we would be moving ahead with another LID. And we've done a number of LIDs in this community, and it's a lot of work. But we have the funding applications out there, and I couldn't agree more with you, Mr. Penner. We want to extend that wastewater services to those in need and those along the river and those in phase 1. And the province has identified that, and we would happily extend that, but we will not do it at double the cost to our residents. So we've seen some great grants of 50%, 33% on local improvement districts, and we won't move forward until we get those grants. So that's why that's not reflected in this. Again, those aren't financial questions, or I would be directing them to Ms. Shahada, but you know, all really great questions and things that we're happy to discuss. Thank you for being here tonight. Are there any questions from council for Mr. Penner? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Shaw, do we have anyone else registered and wanting to speak on our financial plan?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Norma Alberg registered for information.
Mrs. Alberg, are you able to hear us okay?
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Just
You
a
have
quick
10 minutes.
Thank you. Quick reminder for everyone that tomorrow is International Women's Day. Yay! Which provides opportunity for all of us to promote a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, and where difference is valued and celebrated. And that's stated even further with the Heritage Day grant that, of course, you spoke about, that is also celebrating diversity. So this is all wonderful, and I hope that we all take this to heart and do our best towards a better world. At the beginning tonight, unfortunately, I have some undone business. I want to set straight a concerning situation that occurred during West St. Paul's last public hearing on February the 10th. I can proudly say for myself that I served a 40-year career
We're just
of public
focused on
service
tonight's
at the
public
federal
hearing.
and provincial level,
Yeah,
during which time
Mrs.
I
Alberg, we're focused on tonight's public hearing and our financial plan. So we're not talking about development, public hearings, or those issues. So, you know, we're happy to hear your concerns and what you think of our financial plan, but we're keeping it focused on this financial plan. And if you have concerns and you'd like to send an email to council about a previous public hearing, that would be appropriate, but we need to stay on track and be focused on this public hearing. And so, you know, I'd ask you to please focus on the financial plan in front of us here today.
Since this is a public forum again, I would ask that the CAO retract his earlier remarks and apologize
No,
for
Mrs.
calling.
Mrs. Alberg, I really want you to have your opportunity to speak about the public hearing here tonight. And it's not a public forum. It's not a soapbox. It's not an opportunity to go after our CAO. Tonight is about our financial plan. And so if you have other issues that you would like to share with council and concerns that you have about staff, I would ask that you please direct those in an appropriate manner by email. This public hearing is about our financial plan. And so we're wanting to stay on track on that tonight. If you have concerns about a previous public hearing and concerns about staff, please email us to follow up and do that in an appropriate manner, not in a public hearing that's on a different matter.
I don't know if I'm muted or unmuted. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Then I will carry on for the presentation tonight and wait for that apology at a later date. The presentation is based on the strategic plan. Just a quick reminder that less than 10% of the residents did respond to that survey. So we're talking about a small amount of information that came in, and clearly there has to be much more that has come into the informing of this planning process. The presentation tonight was very thorough, certainly no news for me, but it was a good review of the process. And now we can look at some of the content of the budget, because the devil is always in the detail. And of course, the purpose of the public hearing for this financial plan is well stated by the government, that it's an opportunity for the residents to ask questions of the plan and for the council to have the opportunity to respond to those. So I will start with some of my questions then. There are several items on the capital expenditure list which could be categorized as beautification. And Mayor Christian, you mentioned a lot of the ones that are in the capital expenditure lists that are indeed beautification. And so my question regarding that is then on page 5 under budgeted expenditures, where we have $20,000 for beautification, what sorts of things would come under that as well? In the same way, for the tree planting, it's listed in the capital expenditure for $40,000. Yet over on page 5 under budgeted expenditures, there's 0. So I'd like an explanation of what is the difference in what informs those capital expenditure lists and the budgeted expenditure lists. We've talked also about the public works building, and so here again, there's some confusion for me. The public works building was in the capital expenditures last year for an amount just under $700,000. And I recall that there was a full tendering of that and the presentation of reports from the tendering, and I believe an award by resolution for the construction for that tender for the public works building. But there is, and my drive by a couple of days ago, there is no sign of any construction going on there. And now I see the public works building is in the capital list again for just under $1 million. So I'm not sure if this is additive to last year or what has happened with the resolution to award the tender, or where we're at with that. Further to the public works building, there are a large number of pieces of equipment that have been justified for this year's capital expenditures. So my question would be, since you alluded to how the equipment sustainability is enhanced by being indoors, if the public works building addition is not built in time, then how does that impact on the purchasing of the equipment? Will that be stored elsewhere, or does it stay outdoors? And you also have talked about the transportation plan, that's under capital expenditures. There's also the significant amount of dollars, terrific, for the various road work. And you spoke about the development, the well-planned development that's happened in West St. Paul, including the slide, you could go back to that if it's helpful, which shows phase 3 of Parkview. Now, of course, that one clearly shows the traffic circle that will lead to the north access onto Grassmere. So does the transportation dollars and the plan, does that include some of the planning and engineering that will have to be done for widening Grassmere and making way for the holding lanes and such? And then my last question would be regarding the signage. These are all in the capital budget, but of course, going along with the theme of beautification, one would want a uniform look and standardization of how those signs are done. If we add up the large number of the signs, it comes to well over $100,000, perhaps even 150,000. And so my question would be, does that then get moved forward to a tendering process so that you can ensure that the same company has put some forethought into how the RM wants all of its signage to look and will come in with the best price for us? And I don't want to take up any more time from other people, so I will leave it at that for this evening, and I look forward to getting the answers to those, which I think then will inform me better so that I can go back to this specific plan and understand the portions of it as I try to read the numbers back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alberg. I can direct that to Ms. Shahada through the CAO or the CAO first. Which do you? Okay, Mr. CAO.
Thank you for your questions. So I'm going to answer two questions, Madam Mayor. One is in relation to the Public Works building. So the Public Works building was tendered. We followed the tendering policy, and the bids came back at under $600,000. But at that point, some council didn't like that bid, so they defeated that bid. It went back out to tender because council defeated that bid based on one of the councilors' experience that they had with bids. When the next tender came back, it came back $150,000 higher. So that was over budget. So that bid was not accepted. So there's no bid out there that was accepted by council. And now we're at a point where to do the same work that we could have done for 540,000, we're led to a budget of 900,000. So the administration clearly wanted to move ahead with the $545,000 bid that last year, but there was a strong opinion by one councillor not to take the low bid. So the councillor did not want the low bid. So we did not accept it, and it was voted by all of council, not all of council, the majority of council not to accept. So that is the will of council. And now we're at a position where we're facing up to charges up to $350,000 to do the same work as we were going to have done last year, but led down the path of we shouldn't take the lowest bid. In regard to the transportation plan, we are going to be putting that out for tender. We don't know, there's no widening of Grassmere. The cart is going before the horse here. We don't know what's going to happen on Grassmere. We don't even know if there's going to be traffic funneled out to Grassmere. Earlier in this council term, a council indicated to administration that they did not want to funnel traffic to Grassmere, and that was honored, and we are doing a pedestrian bridge to Grassmere. So this transportation plan is going to be funded, a portion of it by the developer. So we hung on until the developer was moving into phase 3 and made the transportation plan a part of phase 3. And we will know when we get there what is going to be taking place. If you see a traffic circle in a phase, a traffic circle does not mean we're widening a Grassmere. Far from it. Traffic circle is to calm traffic. I think, Mayor, those are the two questions I can answer. There was one other question that speculated about what I believe about signs, and it seemed to focus on the tendering policy. And yes, we will be following the tendering policy when we do signs. So, Crystal, are you prepared for the financial questions? I'll hand it over to you.
Good evening, Ms. Alberg. So you had a couple questions regarding page 5 of our financial plan. So under page 5, under budgeted expenditures, the 20,000 that is listed as beautification. First of all, I'm going to start off by saying this is a general format required by the province. So some of their titles may not necessarily match exactly the RM's expenditures. But the $20,000 that comes under beautification there is for branding items. So that would be replacements of signs that we need to say a sign gets damaged, or in this case, we have new community notice boards that are just going to be put in place. But if something were to happen to that, we would have to repair that. That's where those sort of items would come from, to replace those branded items for the RM. Under tree planting, we do have funds of $40,000 coming out of reserves. The difference between the tree planting on page 5 and tree planting on page or on the capital expenditure side is, well, we have nothing budgeted for tree planting under page 5. We don't do tree planting under our economic development area. That is generally under our recreation. But in this case, we have a large amount of trees that we would like to either replace or put in place in the RM in 2022. Therefore, we have budgeted $40,000 to come out of green space instead of adding this to the municipal mill rate for 2022. I hope that answers your questions regarding the financial plan.
Thank you, Ms. Shada. Any questions from our council members to Mrs. Alberg for clarification purposes on her questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Alberg. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Link.
Thank you for speaking tonight, Mrs. Alberg. You made a comment that you were pleased about, just trying to find the comment, that you were pleased about the process, a good review of the process in developing the budget. I want all you and all of our residents to know, to be aware that the intent of all 3 budget educational meetings was to hear, to receive presentations made by staff, the CAO, and the financial manager about the budget. Now, no resolutions, also known as decisions, no decisions are to be approved or not approved at educational briefings according to our own municipal procedures bylaw. Educational briefings are not in-camera confidential meetings.
Councillor Link,
Yes,
are you asking Mrs. Alberg about the process of our budgets?
no,
So I
I'm
asked if you
not.
had any points for clarification
Yes,
regarding
I'm
her
clarifying.
question.
I'm clarifying her comment, okay?
So you're
I'm making-
asking her a
I'm-
question?
I'm making her aware, I'm clarifying the part of the process, okay? Educational briefings are closed to the public. It's important to know. So I repeat, no decisions are to be made at educational briefings. I spoke about this fact at the first and second educational briefings concerning the budget. Every meeting of council where decisions are made must be conducted in public. So says the Municipal Act. It's a matter of integrity and good governance that council follows its own procedure bylaw as well as the Municipal Act. So according to the Municipal Act and our own procedures bylaw, because that was closed to the public, was not an open meeting, we could not make decisions regarding this bylaw levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. I'm still not understanding what you were clarifying there from Mrs. Alberg, who was complimenting us on a proper, good process done. And I'm not sure if you're saying we did not follow process.
Did we follow the municipal act and our procedures bylaw in terms of what is allowed at educational briefings?
And you're saying we did, or you're?
I'm asking you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Link. Ms. Shaw, as our municipal legislative officer, did we follow proper process in our budget process, in our education briefings, and in our special meeting of council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, council followed the correct procedure. Would you like me to bring the next person registered for information into the meeting?
I would, yes, thank you. I would just like to remind council and to remind everyone, no budget decisions or financial decisions have been made, and they will not be made until this financial plan receives 3 readings of council. So this may pass or it may not pass. So no decisions are made until our plan is passed. This is a proposed budget. I think it's a great budget, but ultimately every council member will need to vote on whether or not this is a budget that passes. No decisions have been made. Ms. Shaw, who is waiting to speak with council?
Thank you. Glenn Rassong is the next person registered for information.
Mr. Rassong, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. I will turn it over to you. You have 10 minutes to present to council, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. This is actually interesting for a guy who makes his living on the internet. This is my first Zoom meeting. I'm glad you can hear me. I'd like to ask the mayor and the CAO to answer a question after I tell you the question, so I can follow up with, depending on your answers, okay? Is that allowed? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we'd prefer you present, and then our
Well,
CAO, myself, and Ms. Shahada are taking notes.
Well, I'd rather just have you answer the first question, and I don't have to proceed on another tangent if I get the answer.
Sure.
You're taking up my time. I realize that. Okay, here's the question. The mayor can answer first, and CEO can answer second, please. In 2016, the Conservative Government of Canada started a program, a grant program called Infrastructure Canada Investing Infrastructure Canada Investing Canada Plan. And I was wondering if the mayor can tell me if she knew about this program.
Yes.
That's fine. That's all I need. What about you, Brent? Do you know about the plan? About the government?
Respectful, Mr. Olnick, Mr. CAO.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yes.
Yes.
That's fine. Now, the next question to Brent, to CEO Olnick, is that I was doing a little bit deeper research into this grant program today, and the government of Canada, and I assume Manitoba, gave $12 million to water pipeline expansion. Did that have was that anything to do with West St. Paul getting that line from the co-op, which is from Heavenly, I'm not sure the exact name, when it came down number 7 coming to West St. Paul, was that a part of the grant? Money from that infrastructure plan? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Mr. Rosong, there's a lot of different grants that come up, and lots of
I
them are
understand.
called Infrastructure Canada Plan grants.
Well,
So
this
in
is a
terms
very
of a
specific
specific
one.
grant, we've received grant money for the water reservoir, and it was announced and it's in the paper. But if you're asking about a specific grant number, I don't know that we would have that at our fingertips, if staff would have that at their fingertips.
Well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I think some of that money came to West St. Paul, but again, I don't know. Now I'm going to ask you the specific question. You can talk to me at the end of the question. During this whole meeting here today, you mentioned that you're quite proud that we're in the top 10 fastest growing municipalities. Of course, we're at 24.5% in growth, I believe it was. The town of Niverville, or Niverville in general, they were number 1 in Manitoba at 25%. Well, during this procedure from the Conservative government turning into the Liberal government, the intakes for this program from the Infrastructure Canada Investment Grant started in 2018, and the Manitoba government said it was on until 2023. The town of Niverville received $7.8 million of federal funding. They tried to get 60% of the grant. They only received 50% because it was a town. Even though in a rural setting, it was still a town. If you're in a rural setting, like the rural municipality of West St. Paul, you were eligible for 60% of a grant. The province of Manitoba gave $3.8 million for a total of $11.6 million. And I tell everybody listening to me today, from the council to people listening on the internet, go check out Niverville Recreation Project, and you'll be gobsmacked about how absolutely spectacular it is. This town has $1.9 million of debt left on this project. During COVID, it started building just before COVID. When I say building, putting the foundations in the ground. It finished 6 months ago. And I'll say this in all due respect, nothing happened in the last 5 years in regards to recreation building on Sonova, while the town of Niverville was building an absolutely spectacular facility with government money, and yes, $6 million of their own money as well. The point I'm making here is that, yes, I'm for this tennis project, but nobody knows what's going on. I'm for, when we built the Sonova Center opening in 2008, here's my only assumption. The people that wanted hockey inside arena, everybody who wanted a soccer inside facility, have not, we've been waiting patiently. It's now 14 years. When are we going to get these things built? The question is, and I watched this financial plan. Here's the questions. Another money question. I don't make this up. I love listening to this stuff. I'm trying to find on my notes here. We have, where's my little piece of paper? Here it is. CEO mentioned that there's 4,500 units being built in the next, I'll say 5 to 10 years, $50 million. Well, why don't we make a recreation levy of 10%? And all of a sudden, when that money's coming in, it goes into a pot. And in 10 years, I won't have to say to anybody, you'll have $11 million in a pot to build something really special. You could also use that to, we need a new curling rink as well. We're getting a new school built in West St. Paul inside the perimeter. Well, if you want to make a campus like they're all talking, we have 30 acres of land on the site of the Sonova Center. You can move the school. I talked to some school trustees from Seven Oaks the other day, and they don't care where the school's built. And if you want to have it, it doesn't have to be built onto the building. It just has to be in the vicinity of the building. So these are all little things that you could be working on. And yes, during COVID, it's a tough time. But the fact is that I've been working on this during COVID, my business, and it's flourished because I have more time because I'm not going to restaurants and doing things like that. So, these are some of the points that when do we build these things? When there's 16,000 people 10 years from now in West St. Paul, or 20 years from now? We should have been doing this as a plan. And yes, I understand this. I've said this to the mayor when I've talked to her on the Facebook sites and for West St. Paul. There's been no recreation done in West St. Paul for years, and that upsets me. Other than that, I'm not going to ask any more questions because I'm running out of time. And am I allowed to talk to you when you say something that I maybe disagree with? And if not, I'll just listen to what you say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albert, Mr.
Oh, no.
Mr. Rosal.
Thank you.
Long night. I do want to thank you for being here tonight, and I do want to thank you for the work that you've done in our community, the volunteer work you do with the Lions Club, and being a business owner in our community. And you're very passionate about recreation, and that's a great thing. And I think being here and saying that your priorities are a rink, it's a great thing to come on and share those priorities. I'll address a couple of the questions that you've raised politically, and then I'll refer it to Crystal Shahada, and she can talk about the finances of some of this, and CAO as well, if he's got anything to say. In terms of a couple of the comments of the infrastructure grants and Niverville, we've toured Niverville, some of us, for some of the projects that they have, and I've spoken with the mayor of Niverville, and they're doing really great things in Niverville, and they're in a bit of a different position than us. And so sometimes residents in the community see certain things of where money's going, where arenas are coming up, and why aren't we applying for certain grants to get an arena? Why wouldn't we apply because rural communities are eligible for 60%? But sometimes residents don't see the behind the scenes that where we get information from the province that don't waste our time on some of the things. And so we're in a position, and Crystal can speak to this a bit more, where we're surrounded by many hockey arenas in close proximity, and other communities aren't. And our staff applies for funding and grants, but you know, it takes time. It takes staff time to apply for those grants, and there has to be a willingness from council to want to pursue those grants and for what they're for, and a likelihood of any kind of success. And we have attended in my time as a councillor and now mayor, countless meetings about regional projects, speaking with our regional neighbors, speaking with the province, and funding is not for community arenas as it was. And so that's part of it. The other part I will say, in my time on council for 7 years, never once has any council member brought an arena to the table, including myself. Previous council, this council, I believe even the council prior to that. And while I hear what you're saying, it's not coming to the table because it's not financially feasible to do that. And Ms. Shahada can explain in more detail, but not one of the council members that you see here would responsibly bring that to the table. It's never been a request. It's never been a request of the former mayor or any former members of council where that's come as a budget item where they've said, this is my budget ask. And Ms. Shahada can explain probably why we haven't done that and the impact to our residents for that. I've got 5 kids and a bunch of them are hockey players, and nothing would please me more. But I also know I live in an area close proximity to countless arenas. And I'm also aware of the decision makers and where money's going based on proximity. So we're not in comparison to Niverville, and they're a town, but they're a town that is far away from other arenas to make use of. And there's a lot of factors that go into applying for grant funding. I think, Mr. Rosong, in terms of no money's been directed to Sonova Center in the last 5 years, I'd be happy to meet with you. Ms. Shahada would be happy to meet with you, and we could talk about the money that's gone into that and the planning that's gone into that. And we've directed countless money. This year alone, there's over 150,000 going to Sonova Center for improvements of fields. And so, you know, there's a lot that's been going into that, a lot to recreation programs. I think our recreation director would be insulted by that, but I think that you could speak to her as well, and she could talk to you about how different it is at Sonova in her time as recreation director than what it used to be, and all of the funding that's been directed to that, and improvements and enhancements. You mentioned the tennis project, quote, no one knows what's going on. We just brought in Mark Arndt from Tennis Manitoba and his partner at a recent council meeting, and we posted their slideshow that they made at that council meeting, at a committee of the whole meeting. We posted that online. So I encourage you to go look for that information. I want correct information going to the public, and to say that tennis hasn't provided an update. They are less than $100,000 away from meeting their target, and they plan to start this spring. You know, they're well on track. And so to say nothing's been going on there, you know, you mentioned that you haven't been going out to dinner, you've been at home because of COVID. COVID has an impact, and it has had an impact on their ability to raise funds from private donors. But I'm really proud of them and the work that they've done, and they're really close to their target. And so we brought them to a council meeting to update not only council, but the community, and to reassure everyone that that project is still intact and scheduled to begin, and shovels hit the ground in the spring. We're working on a private partnership, as I've mentioned to you, in various formats online. We're working on a private partnership with a soccer group. So there's a lot of things going on at the Sonoma Center. So we'll kind of leave it at that. Rumors about moving a school, and schools can go anywhere, drop it on the Sonova grounds. You know, we keep in frequent touch and have had meetings with Mr. O'Leary, the superintendent. And that school site's been selected. There's 5 million provided by the province of Manitoba. And in conjunction with the superintendent and their finance director and the developer of Meadowlands, they're working on a very specific site within that, and they're very specific in particular, and they have qualifications to meet in terms of their grant. So, you know, we have a plan as per our strategic plan to have a recreation campus, and to drop a school on that takes away from the potential for that arena and for things to happen there. So we aren't involved in their decision making, and they have their own accountability and funding requirements in terms of that. I'm going to turn it to Ms. Shahada to address your questions about the arena and really the financial feasibility of that, and why this would be a huge cost to residents and something that's not within our wheelhouse right now. Ms. Shahada?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just going to share a quick little slide that I prepared earlier today. That is not it. Where is it here? Sorry, give me a second. Oh, hang on, sorry, technology. Having a problem here. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're up and running here. So I did a quick summary of the Niverville example. So yes, the recreation complex is costing them $19.5 million. Government funding was received in the amount of 11.3. Niverville funding was 8.2. So that being said, with the 8.2 million, the annual loan cost of that would be just under $650,000, which would equate to a 12.19% tax increase to residents of the RM of West St. Paul. Now, we're anticipating with a building of that magnitude and those facilities, we would expect $500,000 in operating costs. So that added to our loan of 650, just shy of 650, that would equate to a tax increase of 21.57%. So I'm not too sure if all residents would be on board for an increase of 21.57% to offset the costs of a rec complex in the size and magnitude of Niverville. Now, as the mayor had mentioned, we are within a bubble of other arenas within our grasp. We're 20 minutes, half an hour from Selkirk, depending on where you're located within the RM of West St. Paul. We are 10 to 15 minutes from a couple of recreation complexes within the city that have indoor services as well. So this is just an overview map of other indoor arenas within our West St. Paul bubble that we can use as facilities. That concludes my share of the financial side of what a complex like this would have an effect on our tax residents.
Sorry, just on the presentation, Ms. Shahada, you mentioned it would be a 21% increase. Would it be a 32% increase?
No, it's 21.57.
And then 12% on the interest on a loan?
So the loan itself is 12.9 plus the 500,000 on operating would bring us to 21.57%.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I would just like to ask Mr. Rasson, did you send your question in ahead of time?
Yes, he did. He met with Ms. Shahada personally and
Oh,
asked
okay.
for, over the phone. Thank you. And said he'd like his
Yes,
question answered.
I have another comment.
Sure.
We did actually have a feasibility study the first year we were on council. And we actually had funding go to that for Dina Buschetti was actually in charge of a feasibility study for rinks. Do you recall that, Mayor?
It wasn't specifically for rinks. It's a feasibility study commissioned by previous council to talk about possibility of expansion for indoor soccer or pool or rinks based on surveying of the community. Yes.
Yeah, and there was also a hockey rink in there, I believe. Did we ever get that back? I don't recall. And is that where our information is coming from now? Is that we got this feasibility study back and it's not feasible, or are we just going by what Niverville experience is?
No, we received that information back and we're waiting on conceptual plans. So this council had a presentation from that group. And so that presentation was shared. And what we heard from that is a single rink would not be feasible and would not be able to cover operating expenses. And so if council can recall, when we talked about that, they presented that it wouldn't be worthwhile to do a single rink. It would have to be a double rink in order to be cost effective. That the costs have increased significantly. So when Seven Oaks was built, it was a $17 million project, and now it would be much more. And so where they were at was to provide us with conceptual plans. And then we all got hit with the COVID pandemic. So that hasn't necessarily guided anything in terms of funding.
Okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Rosong brings up a great point. And, you know, as I mentioned, nobody on council has brought up wanting a rink, and I think it's because we recognize the significant tax increase. Personally, I think this would have to be a referendum issue. I don't think this council or any responsible council would hit their community with a 22% tax increase without having some sort of referendum on that. That's huge. And that's assuming that there was grant funding available, and that's not the message I'm hearing out there when we're so close to so many other $17 million rec facilities. But good questions. And I know there's a lot of people that are very passionate about sports and hockey, including my own family. But the financial sustainability and financial feasibility of it, the way it looks right now, that's a real hit to our residents of 22%. Ms. Shaw, have we got anyone else registered to speak this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Henry Backer registered. I'll bring him into the meeting.
Welcome, Mr. Backer. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I thank you for you and council for this opportunity to speak at this meeting. I only have a few items to raise. If any of my comments and questions have previously been discussed or explained, my apologies, because I was not able to view the meeting or the first hour of the meeting. I find it unfortunate that council holds public meetings starting at 5 p.m. And I suspect that most of the RM's ratepayers work full-time and also find it difficult to view this meeting. I request that future public hearings do not start until 6 p.m. at the earliest. Secondly, as I suggested last year, I am again disappointed that the informative, explanatory slide presentation that we saw earlier in the meeting was not distributed in advance of this meeting. As before, the spreadsheet that was made available is very difficult for most to follow, especially without any notes. I again request that the presentation be made available next year before the meeting. Finally, my question about the budget pertains to the $3 million allocated for the 2024 year to expand the RM's water reservoir. Reservoir expansion allocation was introduced in 2018, and it has since increased over the years, and the year of allocation has been bumped forward and backward along the way. As at the appeal hearing for the River Springs Grove development, the CAO stated that the RM was nearly done with development. My question is, what is the purpose of this reservoir expansion? Has the approved density been higher than what was predicted by the 2016 $6.6 million water agreement, which the RM signed with a group of developers in exchange for them funding the water infrastructure for their properties? Or is the RM planning to extend the water infrastructure to new areas of the RM? There's not much emerging residential neighborhood policy areas left to develop. What is this council's prediction for the future development of West St. Paul? I don't find this information in the RM's new strategic plan. One would think that the future growth would be a vital factor in any strategic plan. I would like to hear what each councillor's vision is for the future growth of West St. Paul. West St. Paul residents have their own personal strategic plans, and they would like to know what future development in our community will look like so that they can plan their personal affairs accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Backer. There's a couple of questions I can answer, to the CAO can answer regarding water, and then council members can see if there's follow-up from other members of council. In terms of our public meetings and difficult holding public meetings at 5 p.m., we really try and balance getting our meetings done in a timely manner. We cannot extend our meetings past 10:30. And so meetings like this, we want to make sure that we get business done. We also have a lot of staff here tonight. We have Ms. Shahada, our Director of Infrastructure, who works all day and is then here all evening, and our CAO and our Municipal Legislative Officer. And we have other staff members that are here as well, taking minutes, working the computer system in terms of muting and bringing people into our meetings. And so we really try and balance that. I know a lot of our neighboring municipalities have their meetings during the day. There are many municipalities where all the meetings are conducted during the day, and people, if you can't make the meeting during the day, they don't. We don't believe that. And part of the really us having meetings at night to make sure that residents can attend, but it's hard on our staff and it's additional cost paying overtime. So we really try and balance that. And so that's why our meeting started at 5 today, and not in the middle of the afternoon or not at 3:30. We really want to accommodate, and not at 6, because we're never sure that we can really get through our meetings by 10:30. This council has trouble getting through our meetings before 10:30, to be honest, all of us. So that's really challenging, and we really try and balance that. The other reason is we are virtual now, and so you can watch us from your office, you can listen from your car on your way home, and so it makes it much easier. So it's really a balance to try and make sure that we're accessible for residents to participate in our public hearings, to have this discussion about our financial plan, but be fair, our staff works really hard, and our taxpayers pay for overtime. So it's that balance. In terms of future development, and really it comments that it's really unknown and what could possibly happen and what's everybody's individual vision. It really doesn't work that way. We've got development plans that are approved by the province of Manitoba. And so I can have a vision, and Councillor Bassetti can have a vision, and Councillor Kleiber can have a very different vision. And we have plans that are approved by the province. So if the land is designated as agriculture and it cannot be developed, and the development plan approved by the minister says that that's what this area is going to be, then that's what it is. And similarly, we have a Middle Church Settlement Center that is part of our development plan approved by the province. Secondary plans approved by the province, approved by our municipality, approved by Red River Planning and Zoning bylaws. So, there's no one member of council where we wake up one morning and say development's going to occur here. We're in a really fortunate position that lots of people want to be in West St. Paul. But it doesn't mean that all developments are approved. It doesn't mean they have the wastewater or water or all the ducks in a row. And some of them do. Some of them have had ERUs for water for years. So it's really, anyone can come to our table and say they'd like to develop. It doesn't mean that they meet the requirements of the development plan, secondary plan, bylaws, that they have the servicing for water, for wastewater. And so any one individual member of council to have a vision of where we're going, we follow our strategic plan, we follow the plans approved by the province, and we listen to residents and we balance all that. And unfortunately, now we are also dealing with Plan 2050. And so tonight, our neighbors in East St. Paul are having a public hearing to listen to a 2,000 unit subdivision proposal on 1.83 acres with a density of 10.99 per acre. We are going to have significant and have had significant pressure from the RM, from the province, to be higher density. Our developers that have listened to residents that have adjusted their plans may not get traffic lights because the province is saying they're not dense enough developments. So there's really a lot of factors at play, and to the benefit of the community, no one member of council can come in here and just push development, and no member of council can stop it. In areas where it's designated, this is what's happening. Plan 2050 and Bill 37 is really going to take decision-making out of the hands of your council. And if we decide that in the Middle Church area, we do not want development, applications coming forward from developers will be appealed to the municipal board, and the push for 4.8 units an acre plus, our decisions could be overturned. So we've been in a great position where we've been able to approve developments, listen to residents, hear the open houses. All of the changes those developments have, developers have made based on resident feedback and council feedback are documented to show what they've adapted and changed based on hearing from residents. So it's very hard to say, we don't operate on any one individual's vision. These are community visions. And with our development plan, secondary plan, zoning bylaw, strategic planning, and every single application from every developer who comes forward to council, there are open houses, public hearings related to all of that. So where development is occurring in West St. Paul right now is decades in the making, like decades. It's wastewater lines coming, it's water services coming, and it's all of those planning and all of that public input. So it's no surprise that we have growth in the area that we do right now. It's well planned, and that's been the plan for decades. It's the input now we've had on that to make those developments even better. Mr. CEO, I'm going to turn it over to you. There were questions about the water reservoir expansion, and I'm going to turn those questions to you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The question was specifically in regards to a reservoir. So I have a little story. One day I sat down, I was fortunate enough to sit down with the Prime Minister, John Chrétien, and he told me always keep your goals or your points to 4 or 5. So I think I'll answer Mr. Backer with 4 points here on the reservoir, and he talks about the reservoir being on our list of future capital projects, and it is. But number one, this depends totally on the Manitoba Water Services Board. They are the project manager for any water coming into West St. Paul. It's their decision. They get $12 to $15 million a year for funding, and they will decide when West St. Paul gets the reservoir. So our name it was good to get our name in, West St. Paul's name in early. They really like dealing with us at the Manitoba Water Services Board, because when we do a project, we finish the project, it gets done on time, and the province looks really good because West St. Paul's delivering something that they can talk about or brag about. Number two, I'm planning ahead. It's good to plan, and residents really like when administrators and councils plan, and we're planning. And we are looking to expand. We currently are engaged in a capacity study that the Manitoba Water Services Board, the province, is paying for, and that will tell us when we'll be ready for a reservoir. So the capacity study is finished. It outlines, highlights capacities that we will see in the future. We're in a very good position. Water use is down per capita in all over Canada as things are changing in faucet water speeds. People are more careful with what they do. So we do have time, but I needed to get our name in at the Manitoba Water Services Board and get us in the queue. Let's get in the queue for the reservoir and get us on the radar. So when the time comes that the Water Services Board says, we've known about West St. Paul for 5 or 6 years now, and we're ready to go with them. So I want to be in that. As you know, what they like, a phrase that you would understand, is I want to be shovel ready. That when the Manitoba Water Services Board says to me, like they have before, hey, are you ready to go in 3 or 4 weeks? Because we want to throw a tender out. We have money that wasn't spent in another community, and we want to spend it in West St. Paul because we know you're going to use it. So I want to be ready for that. Point number 3, we have money in the reserves. We have monies in the reserves to pay for a reservoir. And so I'm not looking at going to the taxpayer or resident in West St. Paul and saying we have to take a loan out to pay for water. This water brought into the community was funded by developers. So developers paid up front for all of our water. It did not cost the residents of West St. Paul not 1 penny. The total project was closer to $20 million, and the residents of West St. Paul did not pay 1 penny, but the developers fronted that money so they could have access to it. It leaves a safe environment for West St. Paul with good potable water. They say studies say it's better than City of Winnipeg water. So that's what we did. So that money that we've got from developers paid for the funding to bring that pipe from Cartier Headingley all the way into West St. Paul, a shared pipe with the Stony Mountain Penitentiary. So this is a private-public partnership. They call it a triple P, and that triple P allowed this water to be in West St. Paul, which gets me to point number 4. I have the water here for your safety. One day it's going to be potentially possible where we have a ground problem with water like they do in Rosser. So we know in Rosser the water in the ground is contaminated, and that is leaching into other municipalities. I feel we're rather safe right now with that, but you don't know. We don't know what's gone on in the environment in previous years in or around West St. Paul. There's no borders when you're underground with water. And so the decision made not only was an economic development decision, where you see the growth in West St. Paul is directly correlates to having sewer and water in the community. But one of the goals to bring water in the community was so we would have safe potable water. I looked at the school, all those kids in West St. Paul school, drinking well water that, well, they actually told them, the principal and superintendent asked the kids not to drink the water from the fountains. And we also have the Middle Church Home in West St. Paul that is coming on to water. So we have about 250 residents in that building, people that are at risk that will now have potable water. And this community's got potable water very close by now. So if we had to go into action and bring water to a part of our community, it's here, it's right by the Public Works building. We're able to move that water around, and we'd be able to react to get safe water to people.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. And we're adding those additional 2 fire hydrants to a year to existing neighborhoods. And so there's going to be a direct benefit. People will be able to put that on their insurance that there's a hydrant across and on their roads. And so we're working to get that water through the community too. Any members of council wanting to comment on that? Thank you. Ms. Shaw, anybody else registered to speak regarding our financial plan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no one else registered to speak. We did have a representative from Selkirk Record registered for information this evening.
Great, thank you. I think then with that, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back, and then we'll go around the council table. And if there are any questions from council for Ms. Shahada on the plan, then there's opportunity for council to ask Ms. Shahada as well. And so we'll take a 15 break here and come back in 15 minutes to have council questions. Thank you. right, thank you everyone for your patience. We're back off from our break. And so we have heard from residents that have registered as part of our public hearing. And now if there are any questions for council, for Ms. Shahada, our Director of Finance, after reviewing the plan once again, just remind everyone and residents again that we've had over 8 hours discussion on that and able to email questions to the CAO at any time for clarification from Ms. Shahada. What is part of our procedural bylaw is 5 minutes each. But I think that given that we've had residents for 10 minutes each, I think it would be fair if we had 10 minutes. So if council has questions, comments on the budget, 10 minutes each, we will go around the council table and ask all the questions that you're wanting to. And when 10 minutes is up or less, Ms. Shahada is making notes of those questions, and then we'll go to her to be able to address those questions. All right, looking on my screen, Councillor Bisetti, I will start with you. Any questions, comments on our financial plan?
No, I don't have any questions. They were all answered during our many hours of meetings to get to this point. So thank you for the presentation, and that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions, comments regarding the financial plan?
Well, since I wasn't at the last meeting of budget, I do have some questions. First of all, the capital, you said the capital expenditure requests were all granted. So I have a question for Ms. Shawada. I asked for solar radar signs. Where would that be in the budget? The second thing is I asked for paving for Miller, Dearman, Rushman, and Fulshire. I'd like to know if that's in the budget. There was also a request for a tailgating party from Dina Brichetti. I'd like to know where that is in the budget or if it was approved. Then I'm going to go to capital expenditures. We have on the capital expenditures, by my calculation, a $700,000 carryover. And that includes the sanding plow truck, the rubber tired loader, the Legends Park play structure. Is that a carryover? Question on that one. Land for Whistler Hollow Green Space, that's a carryover from the last one. Just wanted to know why that was never done. Also, Trails Main Street, there's a capital expenditure of 180. I'd like to know if that one is related to the resolution that we did earlier for repair. Also, the mural project phase 2, I believe the request said there was exercise equipment also under the bridge with this mural. I just wanted to also know, maybe the mayor can tell me, when did you come up with phase 2? And are we actually allowed to put a mural up on a bridge or a column that is not municipal property? I understand under the Municipal Act that's not allowed, so I have some concerns about that. The Public Works expansion, shop expansion did go up considerably. The lowest bid after the $500,000 bid was the $674,000 bid from Canotech, but it was design and build. Now it's gone up to $995. So I wanted to know, where did you get that number from? Did you get architectural plans and or you've gotten a bunch of prices in, or why did it suddenly climb from, say, 700,000 to 900,000? So that's my capital expenditure questions. I also would like to note that if we remove the carryover from last year, our spending for capital items is $5.3 million, and last year our requests were 2.8. We've almost doubled our capital expenditures, which is, that's huge. Page 1 of our budget under general operating fund, other revenue, page 2. Ms. Shawada, you budgeted $3,057,513. Our actual came in at $6,834,597. I'd like to know why you've lowballed it by $3 million. Also, under the other income on page 2, miscellaneous, Last year actual was 263,000 and you have budgeted 40,000. So I'd like to know why that's as low as it is. I'm gonna keep going here. Page 3, general.
Sorry, Councillor Kleiber, if you could just slow down just a little bit and, yeah, she's taking notes to be able to respond.
Okay, I can't see her, so I don't know where she's at.
She's taking notes, yeah.
Okay, let me know when you're ready. I don't want to use up all my time waiting.
Lots of these questions were answered in our budget meeting, so.
Well, I wasn't
think
at
you
the
should-
budget meeting, as you recall.
Oh, I know you weren't. So you have to have some tolerance for Crystal.
I do. I absolutely do.
Well, you just said you don't want to waste your time, so.
I didn't
just
want to
wanna
waste
be-
my 10 minutes waiting.
Yeah, so.
Because I only
just
have
give-
10 minutes.
You're
So as
firing
long as
off.
that time's given back to me while I'm waiting
Yeah,
for
you're-
Ms. Shawada to
we
make
will.
notes, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're firing rapid
Well,
questions from your
Yeah,
binders.
I'm
She
trying to
needs
get
some
it in my
to.
time.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Okay, under general administrative office, we're over budgeted $100,000 under office. So you did mention, or somebody had mentioned that we're retaining HR. So I'm wondering if that's part of it. Legal and HR are higher. So is that the retainer that you're putting in there? I'd like to know why those are as high as they are. The conventions are understandable because COVID's over. The other one I was wondering about was the bylaw contract services on that same page, which is now budgeted at 65,000 and was 20,000 on actual. So, and we budgeted 84,000 last year and didn't use it. So do we have any explanation for that for people? Also, under equipment operation wages and benefits, we're budgeting 240 and our actual was 186. So we're budgeting more than last year and our actual was less than last year. We're 94,000 over the actual. So I just kind of like to know what's happening there. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
While Crystal's getting ready, I can address the question to me regarding phase 2 of the mural bridge. So on our PowerPoint presentation, which will be up on our website tomorrow, and I don't know if we bring that page 14, it talks about our approved submissions from council. So I know you were not able to be at that meeting with the suspension, but the list of all of the items submitted by council, all of them were approved. The items that are part of what we can submit. As I explained in the presentation, we can't submit requests on road items, saying that you wanted Fulshire, Miller Road, and another road paved. Would be millions of dollars. We have a $5 million budget. And so to make that request, we have an asset management plan. And so that plan, as council's agreed to, is not under the direction or pressure from any one member of council to pressure to have certain roads done. It's what roads need to be done and repaired based on the life expectancy of the road, the construction when the road was built, how the road is falling apart. And so we've had lots of discussion about Miller Road and the cost that would be, and that Miller Road will end up being paved when future development comes in there. So that is not on the list of approved requests because it wasn't approved and it's outside of our asset management plan and how we function and approve roads for the cost of that. I think that was the only one. The other one directed to me was based on the mural phase 2. As you could see, we've got a beautiful mural that was approved by the province underneath the bridge, and that was with their approval. The perimeter highway bridge is provincial infrastructure, and they were more than happy to approve that for us. And so the second phase of that will be to add a description from the artist of what that mural means, so that when residents come underneath that bridge and see that, the plaque will talk about the significance of the ferry and our history and the importance of that in our community. And then the second phase as well. So that was presented to all members of council, and As with everything else we discussed, that was an item that the majority of council, that it was moved forward to the financial plan now. I will pass the other questions on to, okay, Mr. Sia, go ahead on the PW.
Can I finish my questions? I'm not finished.
Councillor Kleiber, I've got your question on the PW building. So last time the Public Works Director and the Public Works Foreman, they forecast the number of the budget number for, I believe it was 600,000, and it came in at $545,000. So it was actually under budget. And I mean, these guys have been in the construction business for a long time. They have 90 years of experience between them. So I'm relying on their experience and expertise.
And they didn't have bonding and they didn't have core.
So when the bid was refused by council, and the will of council was not to move forward with the low bid of 545,000, the next bid came in at around $700,000, and it was over budget. So we weren't moving forward with a tender at that point, and we've come back this year. You must have had an oversight in your budget binder. We gave you the budget binder, and in the budget binder, there's been some additional space requested and a few additional specifications, and the number they come up with now is what you see on the budget.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to continue on. The first mural council had no input on. I hope on the second mural we have some kind of input. And will you be putting your exercise equipment under the bridge? That I was wondering if that was part of it as well. Beautification and land rehabilitation.
Sorry, Councillor Kleiber, you had asked your questions, and Crystal is preparing a response to those questions.
67,584. Yeah, go ahead.
You're done with your questions then?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay, I believe you have about 2 more minutes.
Well, I'm claiming my time back because you're answering during my minutes. So beautification and land rehabilitation is up 67,000. Page 5, recreation director and staff is up 115,000. Like to know why. Recreation center and Holland Road is up 78,000. Also, I'd like to know why we're not paying off our debt. I know in the past people have said that our interest rate is low, but we have only looks like almost $3 million worth of debt with a reserve of 17 million. Why don't we pay it off? Then we'd be in a very healthy position, or pay it down at least. So I'd like to see some of that happening as well. And thank you actually for doing the 0% tax increase, because I asked for that and advocated for that vehemently last year, and it went unheard, and taxes were increased anyways. So that's good to see. Also, I'd like to know how accurate our year's budget numbers are, considering an audit has still not been performed. Are we going to see any differences because the audit still has not been finished for 2020 or 2021? Thank you.
Those are all your questions, Councillor Kleiber?
Yep, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So the follow-up, you had asked me about the exercise equipment during our budget deliberations while you were suspended from council. We determined that would not go under the bridge, that it would be a park to be determined, and that we would discuss further. On the issue of the 0% taxes, last year when it was proposed, we didn't receive those capital levies yet. And so timing is everything. And so to propose a 0% tax increase when we didn't actually have that money, we have that money now. And so while we've been on council, a lot has been proposed. There's been open houses by developers. But until that is approved, until it goes to land titles, until the subdivisions are approved, and we actually get those checks for the 13,100 a lot, it would be mismanagement to go ahead and have a 0 without actually having that money. So I'm really proud that this year we're actually able to do it because we have the money to do it. Ms. Shahada, I'm going to turn it over to you. Lots of questions. And, you know, as always, I encourage our council members as well to submit some questions to our CAO. I know you were not able to attend that because of your suspension, but our CAO in the interim, while you've had the budget binder, could answer those questions as well and get back to you. Ms. Shahada, I will turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I may have missed a few because it was quite fast firing at me at the screen here. So the solar radar signs, if you look on your page 13 of your budget plan, they are located in the listing. Let's see, it's a large list, so let me find them here. They're located under about, I'm gonna say halfway down the list, under speed control, speed bumps and alert signs. So that's where those are located on the budget out of capital.
So that would be Councillor Links as well?
Sorry, Councillor Kleiber, you've had an opportunity, and let's let
Yes,
Kristen be able to
For
reply to you.
clarification.
So the speed alert signs, it was two identical or very similar requests from two members of council. So that combines both of them in one request. The party that was submitted by a resident, it was not discussed during council deliberations. Nobody had brought it up. Therefore, it was not added to our operating budget, as that's where it would come from. Carryovers from 2021. We did have carryovers. Sorry, bear with me just 1 second. I had it here and then I put it back in my pile. They were just over 660,000. I think it was 663,000, which was carried over from 2021 to complete some of the items that you do see on the capital listing on page 13. And the balance would be new requests for 2022. The Main Street Trail, the 180 is not a part of that resolution for the repair. This is for new trail extensions along Main Street. There is a planned or proposed planned extension to connect from where the existing trail ends on Main Street by the trails development to just behind, or I guess in front, across the street from the municipal building at, I believe, Evelyn. And then there's another potential connection planned from, I believe, River's Edge to the border of St. Andrews. Okay, so then you asked a question on page 2. I'm just gonna pull that up to look at here. So our total other revenues. So the reason for the difference is grant funding. So as we receive grants that we apply for throughout the year, which we cannot budget for because they are not guaranteed funds, that's why that number varies that way. We can't budget for something we don't know is guaranteed. The next item was the miscellaneous other income. So again, the difference between what the actuals were for last year and what we budgeted for is due to water reserve funds that were received. So these are for new connections within the RM. Any new connection is required to pay our $3,500 ERU fund to connect to the water system. And those are on an approved basis. It is not just anybody can come and say they're connecting. It's based on approval. So that would be the reason that we show 260,000 and we're only budgeting 40. Those connections are not guaranteed. So therefore, again, we cannot budget for something that we don't know will actually be received in a year.
Are we talking about the same line? I'm talking about the 6.8 million.
Sorry, I can't
revenue.
hear, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Kleiber, you had asked your questions and so Crystal is going through the answers to those questions. Go ahead, Crystal.
Well, that doesn't.
Go ahead. So what I was just speaking on was the item on page 2 under other income miscellaneous. The next item that I caught was for bylaw and page 3, I believe that is. Yes, so bylaw contract services. This was a will of council for increased bylaw services. Now, due to COVID, a lot of things did not take place. Therefore, the reason for the under expenditure based on what was actually budgeted last year. We've decreased it slightly this year as we don't feel we'll need as much equipment, but there will be contract services for bylaw. As we ramp up this year, COVID has slowed down slightly. I'm not a doctor, so I can't say if it's going or coming or what's happening with that. But we have decreased the budget number slightly based on anticipated expenditures for 2022. The next item was, I believe it was the equipment operator wages and benefits. There was a question as to why we only have 186,576, but we budget 240. So the reason our budget number is what it is those are actual wages. And then the balance, the difference between the actual, how should I say this? So we have the 186 actual wages, and then there's also additional wages that are allocated to different departments or different areas such as grass cutting, snow clearing. So they're allocated, they're shown in other areas within the budget in the actuals, but when we do our overall budget, we budget just for wages. This is what we require to pay the guys. And when we do our actual allocations, that's where those allocations occur. So that's why you'll see a difference for the wage budget based on actuals. The actuals are the 240 per se, but they're allocated in other accounts further down on the sheet. So you'd see, let me see here. So labor road maintenance. So there would be labor in there. There would be any overages for summer labor, the grass cutting. There's labor in public works operations as well. We also have, oops, sorry, I'm just trying to get you guys back on my screen here so I can watch as I'm talking. We also have a new public works staff member, and we're also budgeting an additional public works staff member to start in roughly June is when the budget numbers have taken place. So I budgeted for 7 months for 2022, but we also have to include another staff member in 2022 as well for a full year. So that would also be the difference between what was actual last year and what we're budgeting for this year.
Is that part of office as well?
Now we had a question regarding conventions.
No, I don't have a question about that.
So there was the actual was 23, and yes, we have the 76 because we're anticipating conventions and more courses to start taking place possibly in person, which are a little more costly than your webinars. Let me see here. So as for the actual numbers and whether or not they are accurate, they are accurate. An audit will not change our actual expenditures. The only thing that changes with an audit would be our budget, our balance sheet. So it would be PSEB adjustments that they do for amortization areas. They do not adjust any of our expenditures or revenues. Those are what they are. Therefore, you will not see any changes with those numbers that we're presenting here today for our actual revenues and expenses for 2021. There was a question about paying off our debt. I think I'll leave that one up to the CAO to answer. Mr. CAO, are you comfortable with that? Yes, please.
Will my other questions be answered, or should I just email you?
Hello, Councillor Kleiber, you were inquiring about why we don't pay our debt off now. And it's something that we've looked at. We cut that debt load in half when we got the money from St. Andrews. So what I like to call, but they don't like to hear, free money from St. Andrews. We widened the pipe when we put it in. They paid us to do it, and we're going to probably be using the capacity. So when they paid us the money that they owed us, I believe it was around 2.4 million. We paid off approximately 40% of that loan, and at the appropriate time, when we have what I from the CAO and the finance manager, when the appropriate time comes to where we look to that loan, we will look at it. We'll see if there's any penalties to pay it off, and then we would do a cost benefit at that time. If we could get better interest rates, what is it the cost to get out of that loan? The first loan was taken with the Manitoba Water Services Board, so we convinced them to just let us pay it off. I think this one is with another financial institution, so we would have to figure out what's going on there. But I don't. I think, yeah, in the near future, there's a time when it might be appropriate to pay that loan off. But for the time being, we're concentrating on what we've been hearing is snow clearing is really important to residents. We're buying graders with cash. We're buying loaders with cash. We've got the fire department that is looking for newer equipment. We're paying for that for cash. So for the time being, that's on the back burner. Realizing, Councillor Kleiber, that when we did that main line, it was at large. So that meant at large that the whole community would pay, and we had a borrowing bylaw done. So
I recall that.
it becomes a decision too on to remember that we paid for that at large, and we will look at that. But there's a number of things we have to take under consideration, and when the time comes, and we can talk about that as a council. The director and myself would give our recommendations, and council can participate in that. But I don't think we're quite there yet, but we could be at some point in the future.
Thank you. I was kind of inquiring about the PW building, fire hall, and fire apparatus, but thank you for the clarification on the sewer project. Ms. Shawada, do you want me to email the rest of the questions that I didn't get answered?
Which questions did you ask that did not get answered this evening, Councillor Kleiber? That you just asked now?
Did she have them written down now? She can email them.
Page 3 at the top, office is 333,000 versus the actual of 223.
Sorry,
And
which one was that?
page 3 at the very top under general administrative office. The actual was 223,437 and you budgeted 333,300.
Yes. So the increase there would be due to utilities, advertising, and IT services. So with meetings being Zoom, we did receive a notice that Zoom is increasing their prices. And also the increase in utilities. So hydro and gas have also gone up. And we have to allocate or ensure we budget enough funds to cover those expenses. Sorry.
You're anticipating $100,000 increase. Okay, and then the last one was on the page 5 at Recreation Director and Staff and Recreation Center and Holland Ride Road Site. You have an increase for Director and Staff of 115,000. Is that related to the fact that it was shut down for a while and we're hiring more people, or is it students that we're hiring, or what is the increase of 115,000? And the other
Yes,
one's
so the
78.
increases there would be for summer students. We have a group of 10 summer camp staff, as well as I believe 3 to 4 summer maintenance staff for the Sonova and parks. So we are budgeting there. Also with operations ramping up there, we're also budgeting for our casual staff for social services, as well as we need someone in place in the evenings when programs are going on. So that's where those expenses are coming from.
They'll be offset.
Right,
Okay.
as the CEO just whispered over, the summer students are offset by grants, but we're not guaranteed those grants. So cross our
Right.
fingers, we get them like we have been every year. But I like to ensure that we have the funds budgeted so that we can hire those summer kids. It's a great opportunity for them, and it also gets them into the work field with children if that is their future goals when they graduate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shahada. Councillor Pereg, any questions, comments for Ms. Shahada?
First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Shahada for the job she has done to present this budget. Next, I would like to thank the CEO for doing a good job. And all I was looking for, I went through the budget, and as indicated before the budget came out, I'll go for zero increase, but I want to maintain or even increase the services offered to the residents of West St. Paul. And I see that's how it has been done. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pereg. And Councillor Link, any questions, comments for Ms. Shahada?
Well, I'll start off along those same lines. Thank you, Councillor Pereg. This is a long evening for you, Ms. Shawada, and you are doing a wonderful job. I am not going to let up on you, though. I have a few questions. And I guess the first one will be a follow-up on Councillor Kleiber's question about the radar alert signs, because last year there was $10,000 that was approved in the budget for radar alert signs. These were not just for Ward 1. I had suggested that we use them on the streets that we would pick out together as a councillor as being problem streets, between Main and McPhillips. They're kind of through streets and they experience a lot of people just ignoring stop signs and just blowing through very fast on those roads. So the 10,000 was for that sort of thing that was carried over. I also asked for 2 this year, which would be a new request on behalf of residents on Rossmore, because it's a very long street, and I have had complaint after complaint. I put them in my monthly reports. They have deep ditches on either side. There's just nowhere to go, and it's a real safety issue. And as I recall, somebody, I think, suggested they could also use a speed bump or 2. So, so I thought that carryover had to do, or that speed bump on page 13 of the capital expenditures for this year, I thought that had to do with 10,000 of carryover and the Rossmore for Ward 1. And then I may as well, can I continue on, or, okay. Now I had asked for either radar signs or speed bumps, and I got the impression that people would prefer speed bumps in Riverdale. And I see only on this approved submissions from council, I only see speed bumps on speed bump, it was 1, on Caravel. It's a short street. And I had also asked, and residents had asked, and I had put it on, for 1 on Mirabel and 1 on River Glen for people who were driving out towards the stop sign, because that is in front of the entrance to the park on River Glen. I got another question. A resident, and I submitted this, a resident asked for an entrance sign for Legends, and I don't see that on here as being approved. So I'm just wondering if that's, if not quite everybody, all the residents' requests were not approved. Also, I asked for a light. A resident had asked for a light on several occasions, so I said I'd put it through with the budget requests. And that's probably, that leads me to another question. Are there some requests in the operating budget from residents so they will be provided with their requests through the operating budget? I would like to know, for instance, about that light. And I would like to know about the request for the party, a block party. I put that in. I assured residents I would put all their requests in, and I did put them all in. But I'm not sure exactly. I can't see into the operating budget where some of them could be. Okay. I could follow up on another question, another issue that Councillor Kleiber brought up. The Municipal Act, I think, makes it pretty clear that capital expenditures are to maintain, to build, to improve RM assets. Now, the province may have given permission to put a mural on that abutment under the bridge, but that abutment under the bridge is not an RM asset. I'll just comment and leave it there for that. Now, I've asked then that our resident requests accepted, incorporated into the capital expenditures, or are some provided within the operational budget? Okay. And then what requests are in the operational budgets for residents? Shall I go on? Because I have more questions. All right. I'll quickly go to page 3 under general administration. Now, I checked into previous budgets, I think right from 2013 on. Administration under general administrative, then administration always comes first, office comes second, legal comes third. This is the first time that legal and HR services have been combined. And I rather think that HR services might work better at workplace health and safety. HR services are usually, I think, lately anyway, been involved with code of conduct issues, which are health and safety issues, the health and safety of our council and the health and safety of our staff and the health and safety really of our residents. I think that's a good place where HR services could go, and it would be much more transparent to put them there rather than to lump them in with legal, where you could have legal fees for development and legal fees for suits and all sorts of stuff like that. Anyway, now I'm going to move on to another question I have on page 8, the calculation of tax levies. And I want to look at page 8 under requisition taxes, foundation. Now, I think foundation, I'm not sure what that means. It might be foundation grants from, or foundation from, meaning fees we have to pay to, what is it? It's their education, not to the school divisions. I'm not sure what other means, foundation other. But look at the assessment section. 3 columns were filled in with amounts for the 2022 document. And those same 3 columns are filled in with amounts for the 2021 document. That's good. Carry on across the page for foundation other to expenditures. This column, the column labeled basic expenditures, is not filled in with amounts in the 2022 document. The column labeled basic for 21 has been filled in with.
Councillor Link, I just have to have you stop. We want to make sure everybody can hear, and we just lost Stan, and we might have lost him to the visitors room, but we're just going to have Stan before we continue so everyone's present. Thank you.
He's just reconnecting. He lost his connection.
Madam Mayor, I just will call the attention to time. Councillor Link has about half a minute left in that 10-minute section.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Well, while we're waiting, Madam Mayor, will there be no other chances to ask questions before second reading, before first reading, before second reading, before third reading?
Yes, Councillor Link, this comes to us for second and third reading.
And
And
will
so
we
there is
have go ahead, sorry.
on
Oh,
Thursday,
yes.
it's coming for second and third reading?
Yeah.
Yeah. Second and third reading on Thursday.
And there will be opportunities to ask questions at that time as well.
There will be opportunity to ask questions as well. I think we've been really more than fair, though. Like I said, there's been over 8 hours where council has been able to ask questions. And then tonight, council's had double the amount of time that's in our procedural bylaw, each allotting 10 minutes and then time to answer. So we've allotted more than an hour just for council to go through it again and ask questions again. And how much more time do you think would be reasonable?
Madam Mayor, at the time when we were meeting at the budgets, we did not have, we had some of the figures, but not all of the figures that we hear in this document, the tax levy bylaw for 2022. We had no way of comparing last year's actuals with what was planned for this year's. So no, I don't think I think there's a lot to be learned by comparing figures and comparing figures from year to year to year in the same categories. And I've taken the time to do that, and I have some questions about it. And I would like opportunities. So I guess I'm begging to disagree with you on the amount of time.
We have Councillor Craig back with us. Councillor Link, in 30 seconds, are there other questions that you have to ask Ms.
Well,
Shahada?
I'd sure like to know how come these columns are empty in this document, but they're not empty in the 2021 document. They have to be carried over to page 1, and there's instances on page 1 in the Schedule A. Got them. Yes. Page 1, Schedule A, if you will just bear with me. Tax levy, dash page 8. This year budgeted, a whole bunch less. Don't understand that. Grants in lieu of taxes, page 8. Budgeted, very much lower than in 2021.
Madam Mayor, I will just say that is
Requisitions
the
deduct.
10-minute mark.
Page 8.
Thank you, Councillor Link. We got a list of questions, and your 10 minutes for asking questions is up. As I said, we've allotted double the amount of time to council members. Tonight, our procedural bylaw calls for 5 minutes. That's a bylaw passed by council. And we've been double the amount of time tonight to be extra generous on our financial plan public hearing to be able to have that opportunity to ask questions. And so I think between myself, the CEO, and Ms. Shahada, we can address some of those questions. The ones that are political and that I can address in terms of speed signs and what happened there. There was a request for speed signs on Main Street. That request, we've now had that speed sign on Main Street that was put up by the province instead of us paying for. There was also things were on hold because we were trying to get private funding for the speed signs. We'd been approached by private funders. Those speed signs, some of them were going to go on Main, and Department of Infrastructure would not approve any speed signs that were donated by businesses with any business logos on them. So we had an opportunity for over $12,000 in free speed signage on Main Street, and it wasn't approved. However, what was great was the province came back and said, we'll give you a speed sign and we'll put it up there. So I don't think that's permanent on there. but they've given us one on Main to use. In
That-
terms of
that
the speed
wasn't my
signs down
request.
our streets, those two were approved as part of the budget, and the slide that talks about what was brought forward by council and approved, that was approved as part of this budget in to be included in the draft financial plan. So those are included in this draft plan. If it's approved by council, there would be two signs.
What happened to the
Discussions of council
carryover?
of speed bumps for Cavalier and Rossmore. We've mentioned that individual members of council can say where there seems to be a need for speed bumps, but we will not install speed bumps as a municipality without a survey going to the community and making sure that they want those. In the council discussion to have down in Riverdale, that didn't seem appropriate. What was included was Cavalier and Rossmore, Caravel, thank you, and Rossmore, and so those are included. Legends entrance sign is in this budget if it's approved, and I believe there may be some development money to pay for that as well, so it might actually not be an expenditure that comes because there was unfinished development that needed to be done, that developers contributed money to finish that project. So we may not have any come out of this budget. You mentioned about resident requests and block parties and confirming things. I will remind you that at the budget, you stopped participating and said you did not want to participate in any of the discussion because felt we were moving towards a decision. And so you didn't want to bring forward any more suggestions on behalf of residents. And so as you pointed out to Mrs.
No,
Goldberg,
my
that you felt
request,
that you would
President,
stop participating in that, and you did not participate in any of the following discussion to confirm those resident requests. And so you
Resident
watched, and
requests
Councillor
were
Gussetti,
stopped.
Councillor Prague, and myself at the last education briefing, we talked about how these things would then move forward for budget for approval, and you refused to participate because, quote, the discussion feels like it's moving towards a decision. And so we have budget discussions, as Ms. Shaw pointed out, that are legal, that follow legislation. And if you did not want to bring those forward and advocate on behalf of residents at the opportunity, like every municipality in this province, that was your choice to do so. I will turn it over to our CAO. You asked a question about HR services and legal. I'll turn it over to our CAO to address that question.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure. I think that may have been the meeting that Councillor Link left. I'm not sure, but let's go to the HR code of conduct. Councillor Link has said that our HR is code of conduct related. That's not right. We've spent no money on code of conduct with the HR consultant, so I don't know where she came up with that, but that's not the case. And I'll pass it on to Crystal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CAO. So you had asked whether or not some requests are included in operating. As mentioned in our educational briefings, we do include certain items within our operating budget. I had mentioned that streetlights are included in operating budget, always have been. It is not a capital item. You can bring forward your request for streetlights, and we will get prices for the requests and go from there. We normally budget enough funds to do 2 to 3 streetlights a year. So it all depends on what the actual costs come in for those locations where those lights are being requested. Now, there was a question regarding the mural stating it is not an asset. Yes, it is not going on a municipal asset, but it is a beautification. It doesn't come out of capital reserves. It would come out of green space, which is for community beautification. And that it's not an amortizable asset, but we do have reserves that are earmarked for certain items such as beautification, green space, those types of things. The next item was page 8. You're asking what foundation is. Foundation other is the provincial education tax levy on all other property. It does not affect residential properties, so that would be all of your commercial property. The reason why we don't have anything listed under expenditures in the basic column is those are school requisitions, which have not been received by the RM from i.e. the province, Seven Oaks School Division, or Interlake School Division. Plugging these numbers in do not affect our municipal budget nor the municipal mill rate. It is an in and an out. It is collected and paid to the school divisions. So therefore it has no effect on our budget. It has no effect on our mill rate or i.e. our tax rate to the residents. I had spoken to municipal services regarding whether or not we needed to wait for those requisitions, and they said no, and the reason being is it doesn't have any effect on our municipal tax rate. So they said most municipalities tend to wait for those numbers to have a full complete budget, but some RMs do proceed with their municipal tax rate and present it that way. As far as comparative numbers, all comparative numbers are entered into the budget. They are shown in your financial plan. And I'm not too sure why it is being mentioned that the comparative numbers aren't there. They're clearly stated for 2021.
I'm sorry, I didn't make myself clear, Ms. Schroeder. I used tax levy budget documents and compared those documents from 2012, 2013, 2014, just to see the trends all the way up. And that's what I do in order to prepare myself to understand this budget bylaw. So I apologize, I did not make myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. All right, everybody's had an opportunity to go around and ask questions. I do not have questions. We had 8 hours to work as a council to ask questions, and I always learn off of everybody else's questions as well. And then an additional 5 hours tonight. So we're up to at least 13 hours of budget discussions and opportunity to ask questions. And we're also in our 4th year. So questions this term. So 4th year and of course, some of us from longer. And so a lot of the questions about process and procedure, you know, we should be aware of those. I'm going to read the resolution to close our public hearing. Be it resolved that Council of the Real Municipality of West St. Paul do hereby close the public hearing and resume the special meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And I will read our resolution for our first reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-6 being a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul to levy taxes for the year 2022 be read a first time. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded Councillor Prague. I will ask for a recorded vote, and I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed?
Abstain, not enough information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Prague, just so there is no controversy at all, you supported that? Thank you. There's a lag, so I'm just making sure, because your hand up was through yes and into no, making sure that that's a yes. Thank you. And that is carried. Thank you. So the second and third reading, Mr. CAO, that is going to be on Thursday's agenda, and we'll have second and third reading from there. Ms. Shahada, I want to thank you. This is a lot of work to put in. and time. This goes on throughout the year. So thank you for that. And there's been so much opportunity for council to ask questions and really grill into the details of this and education briefings. And then again today. And I do want to thank those residents who took the time to review this and come on and ask questions. I think that's really important. And I think every year we have a few more people join us and ask questions of our financial plan. And that's really what democracy is about, and to take an interest in how your tax dollars are being spent at the local level is really important. So to those residents who listen through the presentation and ask questions of Ms. Shahada and our CEO, thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time. It's really important. For anyone who missed our presentation, the slides will be up tomorrow online. And I know we had questions about why we didn't start earlier, but we are at 9:30. And so to start any later would obviously not work. We had an opportunity for residents as well as council to comment. So thank you to everyone. I will read the resolution to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Cliver, seconded Councillor Bisetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Prague, are you still there?
I can ask them.
We have enough to adjourn, do we not?
Good night.